Testing. Oh, hold on. Hold up. I can't see my levels. Oh, there we go. Yo, what is up, everyone? Welcome back to another Project Feline Devstream with your host, Project Feline. Getting some exciting stuff today. We're going to be doing some UV mapping. Whoa. God, incredible. Oh, that's great. I know, it's settled down. I know, it's very exciting. Very cool. Before we get into the exciting UV mapping though, I want to thank you all for showing up so early. Appreciate it. If you want to support the work I'm doing, because there's been a lot of it I've been doing, but if you want to like help me out, consider getting a matching shirt just like me, which you can get through my Patreon link down below. Or if you want something a bit cheaper and you don't want to match with me, but you still want to help out, I'd really appreciate it if you checked out the Gabi sticker sheet link down below, which I will get up on screen so I can show you how cool it is. Because we're working on Gabi's model, but that isn't real, okay? Because it doesn't exist. It just exists in my computer. But the sticker sheet exists in real life. So that's kind of better, isn't it? Because it's real. So if you want Gabi to be real, check out the sticker sheet link down below. So let's talk about the model for a sec. I want to show you guys how the hair went. So I'm gonna turn off my face cam for a sec so you guys can see. Where is it? Yep. So here's the old versus new on the hair, and I know it's a bit of a different shape, but this is kind of what I was grooving. This is what I was digging, and it's a lot cleaner topology-wise. Like, we'll look at it from different angles. And you can see, like, the old one, it's all kind of messy. It's all kind of, like, ew. Like, it's this just stuff going everywhere. Whereas new Gabi, you know, she's got, like, proper layering going on. Like, she went to a professional hairdresser type stuff, you know what I'm saying? So I reckon, like, to animate this and to, like, model and to, like, texture this is going to be a lot easier than the old attempt. Like, it's just such a mess, and this was such a pain. This was still a pain as well, but it was like a bit less of a pain because I could kind of understand what was going on. So it's like, that's how it's looking. So I might still need to change up a few things because I've tried to add like her little cowlick there, just using some curves at the moment. I haven't topologized these yet, but I don't think I'll have to. But I might add some more of those, but I kind of just want to move on to like getting it UV mapped. And then maybe later, if we get time, we'll like add maybe some other strands. But I feel like most of it, like this whole bottom bit, I'm pretty happy with. And the front too, like that was such a pain to topologize. So I think last week, these were all like curves, I believe. And I had just started turning them into polygons. And I've just been kind of like, I had a lot to do this week. Like, I had a video come out, which you can check out on my channel. I think some of you might have seen it already. It's devlog number 37, I think, where I talk about, like, I think one of you on here on stream, like, asked me something about, like, motivation, and I thought it'd make a fun video. So I was working on that this week, and I've had to, like, work on my taxes, and I've had, like, another devlog, which I've been working on since before the one I just published, talking about the combat. So I've just been kind of like doing a few things. So I haven't made as much progress as I would have liked to have on the hair, but considering I had like 5 or 6 other things to do, I reckon like, yeah, it's not so bad. So I want to like start getting some UV maps going, because it's something I don't like to do, but I just got to get it done. So I want to like get a start on that, and then that should give me some time to like think about if there's anything else I want to do with the hair, I reckon, because most of this we could safely unwrap without having an issue. And it's already a huge leap, in my opinion anyway, from... Yeah, because some of the issues with the old hair I didn't like. Because here's something funny, actually, that I've been noticing. So some people didn't notice that she had one ear, and people are starting to realize now, and they're like, oh, I never noticed that, because on the actual model, her ear is tiny. Some people actually didn't even know she had a cat ear, surprisingly. But then, like, she's got, like, these bits of hair sticking out that kind of look the same. Like, they look bigger than the ear, so a lot of people just assumed that was, like, a second ear. But no, in the drawings, she's always had one. One thing I've considered, because now that I'm looking at the actual model in 3D with better proportions, more accurate to the concept art, I have had some thoughts about having something on the other side, like maybe having an ear with a chunk taken out of it or something, just to get some symmetry. But I don't know, that's a choice I'll have to think about, because that's like, I don't know, she's always had one, and I know that kind of breaks the rule of symmetry, but I think that kind of makes her interesting. So I don't know, that's a choice I'm not sure if it's worth even like considering, but that's something I've just noticed. Like, no one actually noticed that she just had the one on the old model. So I guess that means I've done a better job. Like, people can actually notice the character design better now, so that's good. And yeah, I haven't done the whiskers yet. That'll probably come near the end. And I think I've done some just touching up on the rest of the body too, for like proportions and stuff. I'm gonna have to do a bit more on this back area, I think, at some point. But we're just gonna focus on unwrapping the hair today and see what progress we make, because, you know, that could get kind of tricky. And I'll have to show you what the UV pipeline's gonna be, because it's not what you think. It's not going to be what you expect. It's going to be something wacky, because we're doing Guilty Gear style, and Guilty Gear style means it's going to be this obscure thing method. But that's sort of how it just looks compared to the old one, for those that are curious, like on at least how it's doing. And then I think I have like a lower poly image somewhere. I think I might have tweeted it or something. I'll see if I can find how the first version of this looked from a few weeks ago. So that was the blockout version versus how it is right now. So that was like, that's how it was looking about a week or two ago, which is, I guess, yeah, that's how it's been going. So I'm gonna close old Gabi, and we are going to figure out, oh, where am I? There I am. We're gonna figure out like how we can UV map this in the Guilty Gear way, which is it's I haven't done UV mapping in a while, so it's gonna be a bit well, we'll see how it goes. I'm just trying to find, I've lost my chat window. I can't see you guys. Performance mode, where's my music? Where are you guys? I can't where did I put chat? Oh, you're up there. Okay, I see you now. Oh no, I closed you. No. Oh, there you are. All right. Before I get into focus mode though, I'll just see if there's anything you guys have to say before I ignore you for the next hour. I know everyone wants a lore explanation, and it's like, I'd love to tell you, but I don't think I should tell you right now. Because the last time I talked about lore, it didn't go so well, because that was like 4 years ago. I talked about some lore stuff, and then I realized that, oh, this lore is bad. So I went and changed stuff, and now everyone, like, last week someone was asking about Gabi's sister, who doesn't exist. She's not real, okay? That was a stupid idea, but everyone keeps asking about her, so I'm not going to be talking about the lore. The lore is like, well, that can wait until when the game's done. But if you want to see how it looks with symmetry, I'll show you. With the ear. That's how it would look with symmetry, and it's like, it's more symmetrical, but it's not her, at least to me. So I think the furthest I might think of going is to like just rip out like a fat chunk, because that might I have another reason why that might work. If I rip out a chunk of this, like a triangular chunk, that could make for a cool logo. But apart from that, because I haven't tested that out, so I don't know how that'll actually look. I'm just using my imagination. But if that worked, I might consider changing it. But if not, I think I'll leave it how it was. Because then she just looks like everyone else, like every other cat girl, which is like, can't have that. She's got to look like Gabi. Yeah, the old model had one ear too. I know, yeah. That's the funny thing is, like, no one noticed. Because I guess that's a testament to how, like, badly the model... like, how bad a job that model did of, like, representing the design. Because, like, people just didn't notice, like, that very key feature. So, I mean, that's kind of my fault, I guess. Because it's like, you should be able to just notice it immediately. But a lot of people, like, just now are going, wait... I just noticed now. She hit, like, even on that tweet I just brought up, I think there was like someone in the comments saying that, and it's just like, oh, okay. Well, I guess that's like a win for this model, because now, like, you can actually notice her design, which is not a problem I ever thought I would have. Anyway, so the UV map, bit of a mess at the moment. Oh, why can't I select it? There we go. So that's the UV, that's the UV map, and that's how UV map, guys, we're done. That's how it's gonna be. We're just gonna texture. No, I'm just kidding. We're not gonna use this. So I've tried to UV map one of these already before I hopped on, and the rest of it is a complete mess. So I need to find a picture to explain what I'm gonna try and do, because this UV map. It's more Arc System witchcraft, okay? This is sorcery. So I will say now, because I've noticed as I've been doing more of these streams, I've been getting more and more people trying to backseat dev in chat. I want to tell you right now to just don't, unless you've like researched all this stuff and know what you're talking about. Most people haven't. They're just 3D art students. They learn the normal way. That's fine. Just watch, okay? So we're going to be doing this thing with the hair where we're going to have line art on it. Now, I haven't made the line art texture yet, so we're going to just be trying to use our imaginations to imagine how the texture will work, because the texture has to follow certain rules, and that is that to get the line work sharp, which is what I want, you kind of do this cheat where you make this image kind of explains it perfectly. So you do this cheat where you have all of the lines aligned on the X and Y axis of the texture. So what that means is, as you may have guessed, this kind of eliminates texture quality being a problem. Because, and you might be saying, well, Ray, this model is going to take up like 30% of the screen. Do you need sharp line work? The old model didn't have sharp line work. Do you need that for this one? The answer is yes, because as I mentioned a few streams ago, this model is being used for a few different things. It's not just being used in game, it's being used on promo art, it's being used on like the Steam page, it's gonna get used in a lot of places. And I want to use it in a lot of places because that's like my secret weapon to promote my game, right? Is having really cool character sprites all over the branding. Because I like that stuff. I just think it's cool. And it'd be really great if I could, instead of having to hand draw all of my branding, I can simply just, I can just like use a model. And I want to show you some examples because I've actually been doing that already, even though the model isn't finished. I want to show you some of the promo material I've been making before the model's even done to demonstrate what I mean, because it's like an actual lifesaver. But what that means is, it just means that you have to put in a lot of effort to the character model to have it like box art worthy, which is, I'm fine to do that. It's going to be a lot of work. It has been a lot of work already, but I'm willing to put up with that if it means I get this outcome. So let me show you this. So this is a sketch that I've done of Gabi in Cripps Studio. But what you might not notice from looking at it is that this is just traced from the model. So if I turn off line work and show you the reference layer, that's Like this, I obviously traced over it and drew a bunch of extra detail because the model isn't done. Like there's no texture or anything yet. And the normals and lighting are all weird. So I went and drew over the top. I, you know, posed the hands out a bit and moved some bits around, redrew the tail a little, and then I just went and had the shadows kind of roughly following the same guides, and then I just colored it in. So the idea is, because this was already a massive time saver, but the idea is I wouldn't have to put in this much work on a drawing if the model was actually done. So the reason I have to like put in extra work to like redo the lines and stuff is because, yeah, obviously that isn't gonna work. But imagine if this was finished, I could just screenshot it, maybe touch up just bits of glitchy areas, and then that would be it. So that's kind of the idea. And I was gonna use for the thumbnail on my last video, but I decided to pick a different pose. But it's this kind of stuff, right? Like this, I love doing this. And if I can speed that up with a model, which I've already, like, I demonstrate, like this saved so much time just being able to like pose it in 3D, because I could draw it traditionally, but I don't practice every day and I have to do lots of other things besides drawing. So I don't have time to be like a master at making great poses, drawing them, but I can make them in 3D pretty all right. So I'm kind of just playing to my strengths and trying to have it all kind of at my equilibrium of work, you know, like that's sort of the idea. So anyway, so that's just an example. So that's why I want like these sharp lines, so that when I do take screenshots, I can just use them without having to like AI upscale them or anything. Because if you have like low texture quality and you were like trying to do this, you know, that'd be a lot of touching up you'd have to do. Like if I had, like even here actually, it's a little hard to tell, but these are all traditionally done, the suit model. This is done the old, like, the normal way you texture something. Except if you were to like try and make this higher this is very low resolution, by the way, but if you were to make it higher res, you would start to notice that the lines are like pixelated. And that, you know, not a good look. So anyway, so that's some of what I mean. But it means, yeah, it just means that like, gotta put in a bit of extra work to get it to that quality, which I'm fine to do. But to get that look, to get the sharp lines, because the cool thing about this too is that there's performance benefits to the game, because in games, you know, a lot of people last week were asking me about poly count, you know, like, oh Ray, what's your target poly count? I don't have a target poly count because poly count isn't really a big deal. Like no one has cared about poly count in the last 15 years. Like it's not really a problem. Unless you're doing mobile, which I'm not doing. So I haven't even considered it. It just so happens though that this model is like half the poly count of the old one, but that wasn't intentional. That was just a complete accident. Like I wasn't intending on that. It's just a happy accident that that was the case. But in today's computers, where things tend to become more expensive is usually textures and shaders. That's usually a bit more computationally expensive than poly count. So what the benefit this will have, doing it this way, is that you can make the texture like 64 by 64 pixels, which is tiny. You can make it a tiny texture and it'll still look like crisp, sharp, which I think is awesome. Now, granted, this only works because of the specific style. There is a lot, like anime has a big umbrella. There's a lot of different like anime looks. If you were doing like the Genshin Impact style, this would not work. If you were doing like, I don't know, Scarlet Nexus or whatever, this wouldn't work. But if you're doing this specific thing where it's all flat colors, then yes, this will work. But that's probably why, the reason why, if you've like looked at anime games, the reason why you probably haven't heard of this before is because like, I think, because the thing I don't, well, let's see if I can find, like what's like Genshin Impact, that's a popular anime game. Because the style I'm not going for is this kind of painted look. So I just want to just set the expectation now. I'm not going for this with the paint strokes everywhere. Like that's what everyone does and it's pretty, but it's not what I want. Like I don't want to have to like go in and, you know, all of this like detail, like that's not what I'm doing. I'm doing like, if you take a random anime, I don't know, like you guys could name, like just picture any anime you want, like a Studio Ghibli movie, Yu-Gi-Oh, whatever, they don't look like this. Like, you open an episode of Yu-Gi-Oh, it doesn't look like this. There's not this much shading. It's all very flat, two-tone, flat colors. And that's what I'm doing. So if you want this look, what I'm about to do is not gonna work. Like, you need to do something else to get this. I'm just going for this Guilty Gear, flat color only, three-tone only, and sharp lines. That's what I care about. Anyway, sorry, I've lost you guys again. Well, I know that's just the promo art, but if you look at the game, I haven't played it, but the footage I've seen of it, it's like looks similar, and like if you've seen models from like Vroid, I like tried downloading that and making Gabi's model with Vroid, and it was just not like, it wasn't the look, because it had like this hair and it was all like textured. It had the paint textures on it and everything, and it's like, that's not what I want. So I think they do that in game, but I haven't, like, I don't know, I don't really play a lot of anime. I don't play a lot of games generally, but I don't play a lot of like games. I don't know, is it a Japanese or a Chinese game? I can't remember. I don't know. Most of the games I do play are from like 2001 or something. So this was like before people were doing that. But the yeah, so because I just wanted to put that out of the way so people don't expect that I'm going to be trying to put paint and texture. Like, I'm texturing it, but it's going to be like flat color, which is why that this method is like the way it'll go. So to do that though, I'll show you what I've tried doing. Now that my little lecture about the Guilty Gear style is out of the way, so I've tried doing on one of these strands, and this is sort of how it is. So I'm not going to worry too much yet about the, I don't know what these are from. Let's move that out of the way. So I'm not going to be worrying too much about like texture, island size, or what is it, like, you know what it's called. I can't remember the name. Like the size of the UV islands and like the packing. I'm not going to be worrying about that yet, because that'll become a problem once I do the rest of the model. What I'm going to focus on just for the moment is creating like neat UV islands where I can picture where I would put lines, like straight axis lines like this. So because the thing is that it's going to be like color, and then there's going to be black lines on the texture, and they all have to be aligned on the Y, because if you have them diagonal, it creates pixelation, which kind of ruins it. So I really hope the image kind of demonstrate, like these pictures kind of get what I'm going for, but it's kind of hard to explain it without, like, I don't know. I guess you'll see as I try and do it. But if we go and look at some, let's see, it looks like other people have tried doing this too. This person has them on the muscles, which we're not gonna go that hard for the muscles, but we're gonna be using similar sorts of things for the costume and stuff. But it's basically making seams along the topology to create lines, which what I'm gonna do with the hair is that I'm gonna kind of like take these sort of lines here and sort of split, like add the seams there so that we can get some lines going. But I want to get all the strands kind of flattened out first, and then we'll sort that. So let's just untangle, because a lot of them are still tangled up like this, which is atrocious. So we're gonna solve that first. And it looks like, okay, so I'm just gonna, because I didn't have all these grouped, so I'm gonna just hit automatic unwrap for these at the moment. And then I think I downloaded this plugin to straighten it, and I'll get into that in a minute, the plugin. Because I have had a lot of people just suggest to just auto unwrap with a plugin, which I don't know, that you gotta be careful with that. But I'm gonna use it deliberately where I think it'll help. So let me just try this out. Okay, so this might be a bit tricky. So what I've done here, because I'm just trying to, because the tricky thing as well is going to be, because it like splits out from this top half, when we get to the ends, like here, it's going to be a little it's gonna look a little weird, I guess. So I'm gonna try to just think about like what, like especially at these ends, you can see it's like pinching shut, which hopefully shouldn't be a problem. It might. I really hope it isn't, but I don't know. So for the moment, I'm just gonna like try and do sort of what I think is sensible. And we're gonna just lay them all out in a row, strand by strand, and then we'll see if there's issues. I should probably start by like marking seams on this actually as well to separate the strands out. So we'll do that first, then we'll go and hit automatic, flatten them out, put them in a row, and then see what we'll do next. And in terms of symmetry, because some of their hair is symmetrical and some of it isn't, the bottom half, this is all like kind of symmetrical. But as we get further to the top, it starts to become asymmetrical. So a good idea might be to separate the part that is symmetrical and then do that on its own. So I'll just look at that. I'm trying to look at where it starts. I think this whole top half, this is all asymmetrical. Because that way, we only have to unwrap one side of these strands and then just copy it. So that's the cool thing too that I do prefer about doing the hair. Like I've actually had to, like throughout this week, I had to really think about the hairstyle, and I had to make like a lot of hard choices about like, okay, how is the hair gonna sit? Because I realized that the hairstyle I would draw kind of doesn't make sense. So I had to like, I've tried to keep it as faithful as possible, but also make it like work, because the old model's hair I don't think was symmetrical, which was a pain to work with. Not just to unwrap, but to animate asymmetrical hair. Oh no, yeah, it's not fun. So I've deliberately kept a bit of asymmetry, but I've deliberately made it so that the whole bottom half is like perfectly symmetrical, just to save time and still have it look right. Okay, I think is that I don't know if I've got everything. I just gotta check the edges. I think that's like mostly everything. If I separate by selection, so that's now separate. And I think this is mostly, this one first row though might be slightly different though. Like this whole, yeah, we gotta, those bits aren't there on the other side. And you can see it. When I look at it from this side, okay, so let's undo that. I'll hide these. I gotta undo further. Okay. Michael says, ended up texture painting instead of UV squares. That's what I did last time too, but I've practiced it a bit since then and I kind of get how it works now, and I want to like do it for this. There were definitely like, the textures on the old model were definitely not great. Like they were very, like I can't look at them, they're terrible. So I'm gonna take the brave move to try this. The only reason I think I feel confident about trying this on Gabi's model is because I did it for the drone and the turret and some other like static, what do you call, some other objects during the Grant arc. I can't remember how many there were. I think there was like a gate, a dash pad, the collectible model, the drone, the little drone guy with the claws. So when I was doing all those, I think I had streamed those like ages ago. I had done the same, I had done the UV squares sort of method, And that worked really well for them. So it's like, all right, well, I'm just gonna do it that way now. Even though it's like weird and unconventional, it gives me the exact look I want. So I'm gonna do it. I'm trying to like figure out like why okay, I'm just trying to figure out where the symmetry begins and ends. It looks like this first row is done differently on both sides. Not all of them. Okay, this is because this row of vertices are, except like these two, is like perfectly symmetrical. Because I want to find where I can use the symmetry modifier and then just use it there. Because I had merged all this to get this part going. But I just got to be careful of like... Because yeah, if I can like take advantage of symmetry... Because yeah, some of the symmetry doesn't... I think it's like this first row, like here. And then further back, it's all symmetrical. But then when it gets to here, it's asymmetrical. I should have been a bit more careful of my vertex placement, but oh well. So if I separate this, what I should have left should be, that looks pretty close. Okay, I think we got it. Oh, not quite. There's like 1 or 2 verts that aren't like, oh well, that's probably fine. I just gotta like, okay, so I've deleted one of these faces. I just gotta like, cause it's just like this little corner, but then everything else is like fine. So I just wanna make sure and be careful that it's like, if I go and use mirror, for instance, I think that'll make it a bit, yeah, so you can see that the vertex placement of like just this little corner is like a bit different, but I'm just thinking if I can keep those and adjust them up, like rejoin and adjust those later, maybe. Like, I'll make a duplicate so I don't mess this up. Non-destructive. I'll make some copies, because this is where things can get a bit tricky. So I'm gonna keep that joined one, just so I know what it should look like. Okay, so that's all now one. I've recombined it into one, but I've kept duplicates of them separate, and it looks like, oh, there's some weird stray edges. That isn't good. Because I've got a lot of duplicate meshes, which I haven't cleaned up yet, but eventually. Okay, now there's the separate one. So, for whatever reason though, I don't know why on earth there is a... Yeah, let's get rid of it. I don't know why there's like this, just random vertices. Let's get rid of those. And I gotta find, okay, I should probably give, let's just give this like a, I'll put an underscore before the name. I know this is a bit of a mess. That's something I'm gonna work out later. I've just been like too busy. Yeah, the hair went through a lot of trial and error. As you can see from the outliner here, a lot of like different versions, because it's like, I always like to make copies, so it's like if I screw something up, then it's like, okay, I can go back to a previous try. But I'm just trying to work out for whatever reason, because I've got like, okay, so those edges are attached. Because then this hair has duplicate edges that, yeah, let's just get rid of those. And there's this. It's just one like vert that's just sticking out for whatever reason. So we'll join it to here. That way now this should be mostly perfectly symmetrical. and this is where the asymmetry zone, that's what we'll call it, okay? This is the asymmetry zone where we get the millennial Gen Z side part action, and then everything below this equator line is the symmetry zone. The thing is, because I wasn't thinking about UV mapping when I was modeling this, I didn't notice that like there are bits of this that are slightly asymmetrical. But now that we've got a duplicate of this saved, I can feel comfortable just deleting this half, because then that'll save us time UV mapping. So I'm just going to delete one half of it, and then use mirror to copy it over. And you'll see that it's like, there's only a little bit of asymmetry, but what I'll be able to do is UV map it as if it were symmetrical, and then once it's all rejoined, I'm just going to move those two vertices into place. Because it's literally two vertices that are just off, and that, like, we'll do that afterwards. Like, that shouldn't be too worried, but the rest of this should be fine. So now, those seams will be on the other side of the hair, where it needs to be, because I remember, like, the entire hair isn't symmetrical, it's just here. So yeah, if you're ever making characters, make them symmetrical, because it just saves time. So I'm just gonna mark seams where I think it'll be appropriate. And we're also, yeah, we're gonna probably UV map this part as a different island than this part too anyway, so that's a fun bonus. All right, now let's get some momentum going. Hey, Threnex. Haven't been all for months, but saw I was live and was like, who's that? But the Nico skater dude. Oh, cool. I didn't know I was known as the Nico skater dude. Thanks. Oh, well, here's a thing we'll have to get to later, probably. But I'm gonna have to reanimate this at some point. One of the reasons I even started this model is because I didn't like how my animations looked and I wanted to like redo them. But then when I tried doing that, I realized, oh no, like I think I showed some of you guys a few streams ago with trying to pose the odd model, how much of a nightmare it was. Like on her grind rail, like Gabi's grinding pose, her shoulders have just like they just don't, like the pose looks so awkward. And I'm like, oh, well no wonder these animations look off. So I went on, that's what started my quest to just redo everything. Because now I know what was wrong, and that's something that only experience can really teach you. Like no amount of watching YouTube courses is like that, couldn't have solved that. So with that in mind, because I'm gonna have to make new animations, which sounds like a lot of work, but that's the bit I'm really excited about. But the question I'm stirring up in my head is whether to bring back the skating animations or not. Because I tried doing skating animations and I thought, oh, this will be kind of cool. And I tried like to animate her skating, but it just looked really awkward. And it looked like she was just sliding across the ground awkwardly. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to do running instead. But now that we have like momentum code, where her movement arguably acts a bit more like how a skater's physics would work. Like if you go downhill, you'll gain speed, which she wasn't doing that before. Imagine how awkward that would have felt having a skate animation, and then you go downhill and she stays the same speed, because that's what used to happen. So now that we have like better movement, I'm thinking, maybe, I don't know if I should do that, or if that's like a bit too over the top. Like, is that going to be is that too out there? I don't know. Because it is kind of difficult to animate skating. And I'm thinking, do I want it to look a bit more like parkour, where she's running, and make it more like, feel like parkour? Or do I want it to feel like more like skating, just for whatever reason? Because I don't know, for aesthetic reasons. So I don't know, I haven't made up my mind yet on what I'm going to do. I feel like it's going to be one of those things where I have to try them both, but I kind of want to avoid trying both of them, because that takes a while. Like, to make a good skate cycle and a good run cycle, I would rather just pick one. But it's hard for me to know what I like without seeing them, so I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. Where's my heart leaning? Well, see, that's the thing, it isn't leaning. That's usually I know where my heart leans, and I just do that. But whenever I have a moment like this, that's when my heart doesn't lean to any particular way, and those are the bits I hate. I hate when you get those things that come up and you just don't know what you like. Because I don't know, I can think of reasons that I would like both. I think one of the concerns, because I'm just trying to think it out. Because I guess what this will mean, if we break down what this decision means, because you might say, well, Ray, just pick one. Like, how do you not know? And that's a fair question. I think because it isn't just about the animation. That isn't really the thing that I'm hung up on. That choice isn't just, oh, is she skating or is she running? It's a choice of what impression the game leaves. That is a choice of, like, when people look at the trailer, what feeling, what emotion are they gonna have? Because whether it's skating or running is gonna, like, change, like, what people reckon. Some people might, like, buy the game just because it has, like, oh, she's skating, that's cool. Maybe. They might not buy it because they don't want her to skate, you know? Like, that's kind of having, like, that animation, because I've seen it happen where it's like, if you pick the wrong choice, it can affect the kind of people you attract. And wrong choice isn't the right word. It's more like the aesthetic choice will affect the kind of people that are attracted to it. And I don't understand enough about what that will do at this point. Like, what the ramifications for that would be. And part of that, it sounds kind of like crazy, but what I'm trying to get at here is, because you also got to think about the competition, other games in the market, you know? And it's just like, let's say, I don't know if that's the case now, because I don't really look at games that much, but let's say that, like, the skating animation, let's say that every game is doing skating. So if I decide to do that too, that's kind of shooting myself in the foot, because now I have to compete with everyone else that's also doing that. And it's like, oh, well, if that's, like, the popular choice, maybe if I can subvert that and go around it, that's going to be less people I have to compete with for attention. Or, you know, like Jet Set Radio, for instance, that's a game that people have brought up to me as an example. And I've kind of stopped looking at Jet Set Radio as inspiration, because I was doing that earlier, and it was kind of like the wrong thing to look at, because I'm not making Jet Set Radio, I learned. A lot of people compare it to it because it's aesthetically similar, but fundamentally, like, I tried following some of Jet Set's rules that they do, like some of their inspiration, and it wasn't the right way. Like, it was just leading me astray. And I was like, oh, okay, this isn't fun. This is, like, not my game. So one of the considerations, to bring it back to the animations, because that's something you got to think about. If I decide to make it skating, are people going to expect it to be like Jet Set Radio? Or are they going to compare it with Jet Set Radio or whatever? Could be the case that they do, and that might be a good thing. And in that case, skating, good idea, if it's positive. But if that's not positive, if people are coming in expecting Jet Set Radio and it isn't, that might not be good. Because it's like, oh, I was expecting it to be like this, but this game, there's no graffiti, there's no tricks, there's no this and that, the levels are different. Like, oh man, this sucks. Like, I was expecting Jet Set Radio. Because then that's an unhappy customer, and you don't want that. So it's like, yeah, because that's the funny thing, is that I know a lot of people compare it to Jet Set for the art style, but that's really the only similarity. Like, the mechanic, because I tried playing it, because I was like, oh, I'll check out this game, because everyone's talking about it. I did, and I don't even, like, I don't know how people even like it. Like, honestly, I did not like Jet Set Radio. I thought it was, like, really clunky, and I was like, maybe that's just for the time, whatever, like, this was, like, 20 years ago. But I didn't like it, and I was like, okay, well, I don't want to make a game like this, because I don't like it. The thing is, though, is that that isn't, like, that's not to say it's a bad game. It just means I don't like it. There are people that do like it. So it's like, are those the people I really want to be appealing to if they are wanting this? Because if they wouldn't like my kind of game, if they're more into that thing where it's like, you know, you got the slow air movement, the tricks, like the minimal air control, like no momentum, like graffiti, if that's the kind of thing they're into, then I don't want to mislead them by making it look too much like that and have it not be that. So that's something you gotta like consider with this stuff. That's one of the reasons I kind of, for the old model, I decided to go with running, because I felt that it was like easier to animate mainly. Like that was the main thing, is that it was just easier to animate. But also like I didn't kind of want to, like, I don't know, I didn't want it to like come off as like, hey, this is like Jet Set Radio, because it superficially it looks like it, but it really isn't. It's like not at all like it. So it's like, all right, well, I don't want to like mislead people into thinking that's what it's going to be and that's what they're in for, because it's not what it is. So sounds kind of like that sounds like a lot to unpack there, right? But that's the kind of thing I find that I have to think about when I make choices like that, is, you know, because that's kind of the game's identity comes down to those small details and what you decide to do. So that's why I kind of don't know where my heart is, because aesthetically, I kind of like both options, but then I have to consider like what that will mean for like the ramifications of like the game, you know? Anyway, sorry. I just got to think about because I've just been thinking about animations now, and I've been a bit distracted from UV mapping. So I've been putting scenes where I shouldn't be putting them. So I've just been on autopilot. Let me just go and fix some of this. So I want a seam here, and I want a seam. Okay, this part here is going to be a little tricky, because will it? Let me think. Oh, no, I know what to do. You know, we'll mark a seam there, and then we'll have that wrap around. Or should I do that? Because here's the thing I'm thinking about. So when I'm making these seams, I'll show you what this does. Oh, well, that's not what I wanted to happen. Let me show you what this marking seams does. So when you mark a seam and then you hit auto unwrap, it helps auto unwrap. And I'm not going to use I'm not going to rely on auto unwrap entirely, obviously, but it gives me a starting point, which I can then go and shape. So I'm making auto unwrap's job easier, which then makes my job easier, which everyone wins. Now, auto unwrap, you need to mark seams. Otherwise, you get this going on, which is a mess. So you can see the bits I've auto unwrapped, they unwrap better just using the U key, because you mark where the seams are and it will tear them across those. So the tricky part comes with these little bits, like underneath here, right? Because what I'm thinking is, I've got the front side of the hair where it's like facing outside, and I'm thinking if I was to, because that's what UV mapping is. So for those that have been watching that don't understand what any of this is, I should have explained this probably at the start. So UV unmapping is like, that's how you texture objects. You get a 3D object and you essentially imagine a cereal box and you want to flatten it out. That's what we're doing. And you'll look at the cereal box, you'll see that there's the cardboard tabs that have been glued together. And what we're doing is ripping it from the seams. Like the top of a cereal box will have a seam where you rip it open, but it also has seams on the side and on the bottom. So we're gonna rip those out, unfold it, and flatten it so that we can paint stuff on it. Now there are other texturing workflows where you don't really need to do this, but we're not doing that. We're gonna do it this way. But the tricky part is knowing where to place those seams, because when you have a box, it's easy. You just... Oh, sorry. My pop filter fell off. But what you do is, because you look at a cereal box, the seams are kind of on the top, side, and bottom. Very easy. But if you have an object that's a bit more complicated, like hair, it becomes very complicated of like, how do you flatten this out neatly? So what I'm doing with these red lines is marking seams of, like, even my shirt right now, which you can get on Patreon, by the way. This has seams. At the bottom of my sleeve is a seam. and there's a seam that goes down the side of the shirt. Oh, does it? Oh no, there isn't a seam. Some of my other shirts have a seam on the side. This one doesn't, but this one does have a seam at the bottom of the sleeve, which you would then... So what I'm doing, it's like if I place a red line on this seam and then flatten the sleeve out. That's what's happening. So with a strand of hair, what I'm thinking is I'm putting a seam on that back edge, which I'm then going to rip it open from. And the idea is that when you unwrap it like this, and I'm starting to question if this is... I'm thinking about maybe putting the seams in a different spot. So I'm just walking you through what I'm thinking. Because there are some issues with doing it, with placing the seam where I've put it. But what I have tried to do is make it so that when you do flatten it, it flattens it from this edge, and then this side, you can actually see it update in the UV editor here. So it starts to like wrap around. You can see, if we just take that ringlet, that's how it looks flattened out. And that side and that side is the back. Now here's the thing. So these edges here, that's the front of the hair. And these faces is the back. That's the two faces on the back. And what I'm thinking is, should I rip them from here so they have this separate? I forgot how to... I know there's a way to separate these. Split. Yeah. Should I have those separate? And then just like stitch these together like next to it. That's the thing I'm trying to work out. Maybe this might be easier because the reason why I'm having some trouble is because if you start looking at the strands that are a little more intricate, you'll begin to notice that some of these seem like the only reason this works is because we've got an edge line going down the middle of the back. If that edge wasn't there, we would have to put the seam on the side, like here, so that it unwraps from there. The reason I've got this here is for volume, so that when you look at it from this angle, the hair strand is thicker. It's just a question of, is that a good place to be unwrapping this from? And it usually, it looks like it is, except like here, it can get kind of tricky when I've got this little strand of hair sticking out. Because, yeah, that's what'll happen here. You can start to see it sort of acts out a bit funny, although it isn't. Right here. Yep, this is what I mean. It's fine, mostly. Like, I can look at this picture and see that this is the back. That for me, being able to look at it and to know which is what is important. Like, I need to be able to look at it and go, oh, that's a back, like that's the back side, and that's the front side. So in this case, all of this is also on the back, and you can start to see it becomes a little tricky to, Actually, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna put the edges on the sides, not on the back. Because I just realized as well, there's a texturing reason this will be beneficial too. Because, to finish my train of thought though, this becomes kind of a problem because when we get to the bottom, it all just kind of merges into one, and like here, because if I want to flatten these out into squares, because it's poking out weirdly like this, and it's like, well, where do you cut it? Do you cut it here? Do you cut it there? And it's just like, it's a little messy. It's not entirely clear how it should be cut. So what I'm going to do instead, now that I've seen this play out, and the kind of complications it makes, because to try and straighten this is going to be a night. Like, let's try and straighten one of these, just for example's sake. Because you could say, oh, well, we'll cut it here, right? But well, let's look at where that edge is. We should probably look at where that is. Hopefully, if it's this edge, maybe. I mark a seam there. Forgot how to mark seam. All right. Okay. Well, it's like now taking this part out, but you can see, look at like this is kind of getting tricky now because it's starting to overlap with itself. So we might not put the seams on the back because that's going to create these issues. But then, yeah, if we try and like use the UV squares bit, and then select like everything, Hold on, I'm just trying to remember the controls. Like, oh, we got that's a lot of manual work to fix. Because this is all, like, connected too, I'm pretty sure. Like, if I was it's all one island, which is, like, not great. But if I try and just move these squares out of the way... oh, what? They're all kind of, like, welded together to the bits of the model I don't want. And that's, like, not good. Yeah. So... I think that is going to cause issues if I put the seams like that. So let's try another approach. So instead... we're going to put the seams... This will probably be a bit more sensible, actually. Because there's also texturing concerns. Because I want... This actually... Yeah, no, having the seams on the sides... There's another reason why this would be better. Is because I want to be able to have line work across the edges. Like on this edge, when you look at it, I want there to be a black line. And because of the UV technique, you know, it's helpful when those are on, like, a seam. So if we put the seam there... that'll make it easier to texture. Because if we didn't do that, like, yeah, look at this. And this is the line. It's on the inside here. And I'm trying to select it. This is the line that we have to put the black line on. And it's like, imagine if that was just separate from this face. That would be a lot easier, wouldn't it? Well, let's actually do that and see how it looks in comparison. So remember, this is how it looks now, where this is the back and that's the front and they're touching. Now let's separate it like I've done here, right? So I'm just gonna mark and then unwrap. Okay, look at that. If I straighten that out, all I have to do is, like, add the line to this outer bit, and then boom. So let's, I know it's not done yet, but just focusing on that one line, let's try that out. Okay, look at how straight that edge is. Okay, that's gonna be a lot easier. I know that the bottom, like, I guess we'll just we'll have to just deal with that for the bottoms. Like, they look a bit weird and stretchy. And then there's this problem where I'm gonna have to, yeah, so this is gonna have to, like, come out, because this is, this weird bit here, that is this. So we're gonna have to work out something with that. But the rest of it, just ignore that. Everything else, that's perfect. Like, I love how that's looking. Because this edge, that's the red line here, and I can just go in with the texture coordinates, add one of these to, like, that bit, and then we'll get a black line on the side. So I think having the UVs on the back strand, mistake. I'm gonna undo that. All right, well, now I know what not to do. That's great. Are these edges? Okay, these are both touching. So I'll also make a seam to, like, separate the strands out from each other. So we'll have a seam there, and I'll try and look at, okay, it looks like, let's try this. Okay, now this is separate. So that's the back. That's separate. Where's this? Okay, that's all here. Okay, that's kind of... I don't know why that one face is on its own. That's a little weird. It's a bit strange. Wonder why that is. Hi McRooney. Says, UV unwrapping is satisfying? I mean, if you say so... I personally don't like it, but I guess, no, I like it sometimes. I like it when it's like a cube. I don't like it any other time. Oh, that's, okay, that's why this part was acting up. Look at what we got here. We got some stray vertices. Oh, can't have that. Can't have that. That is cringe. Overlapping vertices. Bruh, what was I doing? So let's try that. Okay, that's now that strand. That makes so much more sense now. Like, I can look at the UV map and I go, okay, I know exactly where that is. Yeah, there we go. Except, I wonder why... Should that be there? Should that be there? Let's have a look. I'm just a little worried about that one, whatever this is. Not so happy about how that's sitting. Mark seam. Oh, there. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's better. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. That's gonna be a beautiful. Like, we can try. Like, if we try and turn that into we try and like do the UV squares to it. And we just gotta move this like one vertex down. Like that's beautiful. So I'm like just using UV squares to just test these out. If I go and auto unwrap everything, just don't freak out. I'm just kind of worried about seams at the moment. We're gonna just get the seams to unwrap nicely with auto, and then we'll worry about it straightened up. So okay, well that's on a different mesh. So I'm gonna turn off symmetry so I can just see the inside of the hair a bit better. What's the add-on I'm using for aligning UVs? It's called UV squares, I think. Now, I want to say, because I've been recommended this plugin for years. When I was talking about the Guilty Gear unwrap technique, and I'll show you what one of their unwraps looks like for reference. So I was told about this plugin like years ago, and I think someone said, oh, just like auto unwrap and just make them UV squares, which that's going to be part of what I do, but I don't think that'll be enough. And the reason why is because Arc System Works did not do it that way. So this is one of their UV maps, just for reference. And you can kind of see there's some overlapping bits that I don't get, but the rest of this I understand. So you see here, this is one of the hair strands of a character, and you can see that the transparent part is where the black lines are, and you can see the line, like look at that side where it's in dark orange. So that's what we want, right? But you'll notice that this isn't UV squares. This is like hand done. Like this looks neat, but it doesn't look neat enough to look automatic, if that makes sense. You can tell, because I remember someone said to me like, oh, they just used a plugin. And it's like, no, they didn't. This is hard work. Like this is like, no plugin did that. Some guy sat there and like did all of this. He used like snapping tools to like line some of these up, but you can't just do a plugin and have it work. Like this guy thought about what he was doing and deliberately put these verts in place, which is why I was very skeptical of using plugins. So I'm using plugins now, but I'm not relying on them 100%. I'm gonna use them to speed some bits up, but we're still gonna have to do a lot of this hand placing. And I don't think you can get around that. Like, the time you could spend trying to find some shortcut, you might as well just do it. Like, I'm looking at this. I've looked at these UV maps for a while now, and I've studied them, and like, it just looks like he knew what he was doing when he was UV mapping them and hand placed them, which looks like hell, because look at how, I don't know what's going on here, but this I understand. I understand what's going on there, and it's just like, that's just what you do. They were just very thoughtful, and considering how thoughtful the rest of the workflow is, wouldn't surprise me. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna just auto unwrap and then turn it all into quads and then be done with it, because that's not gonna be enough. You gotta like think. We're gonna start with that though, but it's not gonna be where it ends. So I just want to make that clear. You can't, like, and I've had this as well with like rigging and like every area to like this model and game development. I get so many comments all the time of just like, oh, just use a plugin for that, and it's like most of the plugins I've tried are like pretty bad. So like you can't, like, if it's some free plugin, don't expect it to like be like this immaculate time-saving tool. Most of them probably, and it's probably more trouble than it's worth. But if there are times though where that is the case, where it's like, okay, this is genuinely good, but I'm usually very skeptical of plugins. Because it's just like, you just gotta, like, because at least with this, like with this specific workflow with Arc System Works, so much of it is so, like, maybe this would work in other contexts, sure, maybe it would. But in this specific case, because the workflow is so intentional, and for those that have watched the GDC talk, which I think I brought it up in my devlog about the character modeling, I talk about the GDC talk and I show some footage from it, but one of the key themes in that talk is intentionality. That's like the key principle of the entire look. It all comes down to that one word. It's just intentionality. So it's making the vertex normals intentionally face a certain way, the animation's intentionally looking like this, and it's like killing all 3D. Everything is on purpose. That's the spirit of their workflow. And plugins usually come at odds with that a lot of the time, because, and that, to be fair, it is a very obscure workflow. So I don't imagine there to be a lot of plugins made for this, for this specific way of doing it. Those, like, most of them are fine if you're doing anything else, like just a 3D model, maybe photorealism, sure, like that'll work. But it's just like, I'm always very careful whenever I get like shown a plugin of something, because it usually is fine, but because it's this specific style and this like workflow, it's like, I found when I've tried to cheat the workflow, it's like hasn't worked. Because this, like, before I did like my first model, like when I was doing the first one, I had like studied some of the workflow. And to be fair, there wasn't a lot of info about the workflow at the time, so I had kind of studied everything that was there. And since then, there's been more that's been published about it. So I've been looking into all that stuff lately, and it's just, whenever I've tried to shortcut it, it's always like backfired. Because it's like, oh, no, every single step they do, like they haven't, it's not an accident. Like they have like a few steps that I thought were kind of weird. But then after I do it, it's like, oh, okay, no, I can't skip that. That, like, I get why that has to be the case now. Like, there's a lot of times like that. So, anyway, but yeah, UV mapping, when it goes nice, it is fun, I suppose. Oh, I don't want to mark sharp. I want to mark. Let's do one edge at a time. Sorry, I missed a bunch of chat messages. I've just been like looking at my UVs. Elijah asks, indie dev question, do you use Cascader? I have no idea what that is, so no. Have I played Bum Rush Cyberpunk? No. I'm just trying to look through like questions that you guys have been asking. I'm sorry, I've just been working. I haven't been focusing too much on chat questions, so I'm gonna try and answer a few while I do these UV islands. On the topic of the skating animation, I'm just looking at some of the remarks from that. Someone said, going opposite the rave might shoot you in the foot. It might do, but it kind of depends on if you have something else, I reckon. Like, trends are trends for a reason, whatever, but it's like, you can also shoot yourself in the foot, I think, by riding the trend, because trends die. And if all you have going for you is trends, I don't know, man. If like, I would not feel very confident making a trendy game, if that makes sense. I easily could, I have the ability to, like, I've seen the kind of things, like, people do trending-wise now, like, there's like, I'm trying to think, like, all the stuff, like, the metaverse, all that stuff, like, I could probably be off doing that, but I don't really believe in it. I know it's trending, but I don't really, I'm not sold on it. Like, I just don't get it, so I'm not gonna do it. Or, you know, like, sure, I could make a game that incorporates all that stuff of, like, I don't know, whatever, like, I could put in, like, NFTs in the game, or whatever people do, make it some crypto thing. But in 5 years, you know, you gotta ask, like, is that still gonna, like, is that gonna like take away and age the game, or is it not? And is that worth, like, will the short-term benefit outweigh it aging? Like, is that gonna pay off? And it's like, I'd rather rely on, like, the more long-term things of having it still be fun even when the trend dies. You know what I mean? In terms of the skating animation, someone asked, what if you made a option to toggle it? That would be... That is... I don't think that's a good idea. That sounds expensive. Because what that means is you've got to make 2 animation sets, because with on the animation conversation we were having earlier, if you make the run animation a skate animation, you kind of have to change a lot of the other animations to fit coherently with that. So that might influence how you do the jump animation. It might influence how you do the wall run animation. It might influence how you do the idle animation even. Because it all has to look cohesive. And if you had a switch to toggle them both, likely what I'd imagine would happen is I would need to make 2 sets of animations for one character, which doesn't really make sense, because like you could just have one and not have, because that would cost like another few weeks probably to do that, and it's like that could be 2 weeks spent on something else. So while it sounds like a cool idea, when you break it down into like the work that you need to do, the payoff is like, I don't know, man. I don't think would people even want that? I don't know. I don't think they would. I think most people would not care if there was like, oh cool, you can have an option to toggle between skate and run animations. Honestly, I think maybe like a minority of people would appreciate that, and they might think, oh cool, I can like choose it. But I reckon most people playing it, they're probably only going to play for an hour anyway, and they are not going to care. And that's like a lot of time, like that time you could be spending on something that people might actually care about instead. So that's something I don't want to do. Like that's why I'm trying to kind of think about this before I go and do it. Because yeah, my heart is kind of on the fence of what I want. And part of me is thinking, oh, we'll just try them both. But what if I could decide before? Like, what if I could just decide that? I think I could if I frame it. I think I just need to like let it sit in my head a bit more, and as I work on the model. But I reckon it'll come to a point where I'll know without having to like invest time to create, because that's just, I don't want to like waste time making both of them and then throwing one out, because that's just like, I just can't afford to do that. Like it's just going to take too long. So I think there is a way to like analyze and come to a choice before that point. But I think I just haven't quite figured out my criteria yet, and what is my, like I haven't put like a key thing at the top of that hierarchy of decision making yet. Because I think the point I was making earlier about it is that there's a lot of things to consider. Like there's aesthetics, there's trends, there's whatever. And I haven't decided which of those is at the top of my, like the highest priority for me. I don't think I've chosen. I think once I choose that and decide which thing I want to go after, what kind of like ramifications I'm fine with, then that choice will be really easy. It's just because I've been kind of working on everything else, I don't think I've spent a lot of time thinking about it. I guess another thing too would come to the character design as well, because if I do choose skating, I would change Gabi's armor design a little. Probably. I would change up the shoes. And that's time too, you gotta think about, like, is that gonna be worth like doing? And if it means, like, it might be, it might not be, but it's like, it's just a matter of like kind of knowing like what, it's like, all right, is this gonna be worth sort of changing? All right, so let's see. I really hope that this works if I just UV map it. Okay, so we've still got a few times where it's overlapping. That's gonna be a bit worrisome. I'm just trying to think about, because the seams are, I like where the seams are placed. You can see when it UV maps now, it's like 90%, it's pretty good. Except these little nuggets here. Here and here. That's the only issue. And it's an issue because these do weld together, but they are also separate in some areas too. So that's going to be a bit tricky to figure out. So let me just try and move these around a bit and see what I can do. Because on the one hand, if I position them all out of the way of each other, if I space them out, that might be fine. Like if I do this, I just am wondering. Okay, I think what I should do is I think I should, because I do want lines here, because this is, I think this is the back. Oh, come back. I think this is like the back, like this area here, right? So I'm thinking about where do I want lines, and I want lines along these edges. So I think I should put seams along these blue lines, so I can put line work on them, which might solve this bunching problem too. So let's try that. I just don't want to do it everywhere though. That's the thing. Just looking at where the seams go. Because on the one hand, if you can like make seams connect, that's usually pretty cool when you can get that to happen. But because of the putting line work on it, because ideally, you know, I wouldn't want these two separated ideally, but because I do want a line there, if I do separate them, it makes it easier. Yeah, like if they're separate like that, right? Actually, okay, for whatever reason, now that I've auto unwrapped again, it's like changed it a little. Okay, so we can start to see. This is like making some more sense to me now. I know what these pieces are. I don't know what this is though, sitting on its own. That's a little worrisome. And these, I don't know, are these touching? Okay, they're not touching. They've just been like wrapped really close together for some reason. And then there's this little guy. So maybe this should be separated. Okay, and then there's this little guy down there. All right. So, yeah. The thing is, I'm just thinking, because I want... Just trying to think where I want lines. I reckon, yeah, having the lines go up here would look good. And yeah, all right. I think we'll put one there, and here, and here. I'll keep this connected, but I wanna. Oh, I don't know about this one. Maybe a line there. Would that look good? I guess. I'll leave that connected. Oh, sorry, I had chat paused. Why not seam all the way up? Because we probably won't need to. I might seam a little bit up, but I do want a lot of these to like kind of like, there won't really be a reason to have these all separate. Like, there wouldn't be a reason for it. Unless it made putting the lines easier. It may do. It may not, but it may do. But that's probably a choice we can make later. I'm just trying to like get to the just get to the bottom of those where it overlaps, because those are the, and then there's just like this one face somewhere in the model that's just on its own and I can't find it. There's one face that's just been cut out by itself, which is really strange. I just don't know where it is, because I can't, oh wait, no, maybe it's, no, it's not there. Huh. We're not gonna do the UV squares yet. We'll get to that. We gotta get the seams right first. Then we can square it up. And then we can like adjust it. I'm just worried about like these. And then yeah, this little guy, I don't know where is this dude? Where is he? I can't see a single face that has been that has been seamed like that. I don't know what's going on. Is there a way to sync the selection? I don't know. Maybe? I don't know what it is. There might, I feel like there should be, but I've never done it. Because I think if you deselect bits, it like deselects the entire, like it only shows what you have selected. So maybe, I don't know, maybe you can't. I don't know. Like it wouldn't make sense if, based on the way the UV editor seems to work, it's like if you, whatever you select, it shows. So if you were to try and sync the selection and select like one square and wanted to keep it all up, I don't think you could have it where it just shows only that in here. Because whatever you have selected, it only shows that one, and that's it. I do get what you mean though. That would be cool, but I don't know. Maybe it exists, but I don't know how it would work. But I'm sure I'll be able to find it. Like, it's my model, I can probably find it. If I'm just careful enough. But I'm kind of just also, because I'm just trying to think and plan out how I'm gonna solve these things. Because this, I know with like adjust, you can like move it out of the way or whatever, but I find that the least amount of like, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like, this is sort of like a unintended, oh, okay, well, let's sort that. The less of that I have, the better. Because I'll tell you a bit about rigging, because I've done a rig on this model already with the body, with test paints. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because I've kind of had this like change of like perspective on my workflow. I used to really hate like auto unwrap, auto weights, auto whatever. I used to really not like it because it would like not work half the time, and I would think, why do people make auto weights and auto UVs when they're terrible? But then I realized when I was rigging the body, I noticed that it was playing really nice with the auto weights. Like it was almost perfect. And I was like, wow, maybe I was the problem. And I think, I don't know, there's a certain point that I hadn't reached until like recently where it's like, there's a point you get to where you can like lean a lot more on the auto. Like, I think the goal I have for like a lot of the stuff now is that it should play nice with how Blender wants to work. Even though I mentioned like there's a lot of this custom like weird rules and witchcraft and whatever, we'll get to that. But in terms of a place to start from, because we're gonna have to like go through this in phases, and getting the UV map here starts with you take it in steps. And I'm trying to break it down into like this just steps. And my first step is just getting it auto and like having it not be bad, like having no jank in the auto unwrap. And then I can go and mold it into this, because I find that the less you fight auto, at least with the rigging, it's been just easier later on. And now that I have that foresight of having made the old model, because And I know it's rigging and it's a little different to UV mapping, but the principle I think is the same. Because with the old model, I had the auto rig, autos, whatever. And then I spent like weeks having to tweak bits up because the model was like not really well made. And it's like, I had to fight a lot. I had to like fight the blender a lot to get it to bend the way I want and to do what I want. And I still didn't win because it's still jank. Like that old, like I was showing you a few streams ago where the shoulders would just glitch out when you pose them. I didn't win any of those battles. Like I lost. I gave up and just finished it. But it's like, when I was showing you like the elbow now, like her new elbow, and how with auto weights it's like almost immaculate. I'm thinking of that same set of rules with this, with UV mapping, because it has auto unwrap, and you can see most, like, except for this, it's working really well everywhere else, and that's going to be really easy to turn into squares and straighten. So my goal, like what I've learned, I used to hate auto, but I've learned that if you like play with it, you can kind of get it to work with you if you cooperate. And it's kind of like working with a person, because I've worked with a lot of really uncooperative and incompetent people. And when you make it easier for them, it tends to work. Like when I had a contractor on, it was hard trying to communicate when like I knew what I wanted, but I couldn't like explain to him what I wanted. But then when I went and wrote like a really detailed brief, this is like the similar phase I'm thinking of. Like to me, marking the seams is like writing the brief for the auto unwrapper, telling it the instructions, and then it goes and does what I tell it. That's the kind of way I'm seeing it. Because when I did go and write that brief, it took a long time. Like it was a lot of work. And part of the reason I'm not too into contracting anymore is because a lot of the time I can just, like, I'm confident enough now where I can just do it on my own. But when I wasn't that confident with like the environments and stuff, I was thinking, oh, well, I can't do this. So and then as I was writing the brief, I was like, wait, I could do this. But I told this guy I would hire him, so I'll follow through with it. But as I got better at writing instructions, everything just became more coherent and it became easier to work. And in this case, I have a relationship here with Auto Unwrapper, and I need to tell him what I want. But if I can't articulate it, then I'm going to be fighting him the whole way to the end. And that didn't work last time very well. But if I can do this right and say, hey, man, I want you to like do this and this and this and this, and if I can be like explicitly clear with it all, then then you get the Todd Howard moment where it just works. But I think the reason why I didn't get there a lot of the time, because I know I'm pulling up a lot of examples here with rigging and contracting and whatever, and I know these all sound very different, but I think there's this general principle that's kind of common between all of them, and it's just a matter of like, I don't know, like instructing, like telling it what you want. But the trouble is, it requires that you know what you want, and that's hard. So in this case, how does it apply here? Well, I don't want this. And I'm trying to work out why. I know I don't want it, but I'm trying to think, well, what do I want it to do instead? Because telling the auto unwrap that I don't want this, it's not enough, because it's like, all right, well, what am I going to do with that? That's kind of what the UV mapper would say to me, right? So I have to then say, well, here's what I want you to do. I want you to treat it this way. And if I can tell it that successfully, it'll do it. I just have to figure out what I want. So that's that. I know it's a bit of a weird abstract example. But I think what I want, okay. I thought I didn't have a scene there, but it looks like I do. Okay. Let me think harder then. What do I want it to do? Maybe I want a seam there, or maybe I don't. Because what I want is to this, I don't know, there's something about it that just looks like I could do better. You know what I mean? Like something about this looks like it's gonna be a problem later, and I know I can move this out of the way and stuff, and I could like kind of cope it and make it look like, see, it's fine, but something about this, there's just something in my head telling me that you should try a different way. And I'm trying to just listen to that voice and figure out what it's trying to tell me. Because something, I don't know what it is, but there's just something about this that just seems like it'll be a pain. I think I might know what it is now that I'm looking at it more. Because I'm trying to map this out to be very neat squares, right? So we're going to go and hyper straighten this later. How do you do that with this? I think that's what I'm... Okay, let's try UV squaring this bit, and I'll try and figure out what my brain's telling me the problem is. Because I know that there's a problem here. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. But I'm at this weird stage where it's like I have the intuition to like tell me when I'm gonna have like one of those battles where I'm fighting Blender. Like I know what the red flags are, but because I haven't modeled this character yet, I don't know how I'm gonna get out of it. So that's what this is all about, I guess. It's figuring that out. So if I try to do the straighten, okay, here's what I mean. You see this? Look, that's what I mean. If I try and straighten this out into these squares, it doesn't like make sense. Like it's like, you get what I mean? Like this. I don't know, my brain's like on overdrive right now, and I can't explain to you why this is bad, but I know it's bad. Like, this is... I know it's not good, and I'm just... I know it'll cause issues, and my brain's on a bit of a... I'm on brain freeze. I can't explain why. But alright, well, let's try and act this out then. Okay, I'll just try and do it and try and show you what might go wrong here. Okay, we're starting to see some issues. If I'm trying to straighten this out, let's say I want to add a line somewhere. Like, some of these edges are like together and some of them aren't. Like, we can see that there's this bit behind. This is all kind of matching, but this is like a different strand that's poking out. And this is a lot to do with kind of the topology. It's kind of my own fault, I guess. So maybe the solution here, yeah, it's okay. I think I found it. I found it. The problem is right here. This is not good because it's gonna like try and put it over the top of things, and that's just gonna be a mess. But also it's like, you know, when you oh, what's the example I'm thinking of? You know, like when you are doing like, I think it's either like paper crafts or something, when you're trying to cut things out. Sorry, my brain's just kind of thinking too fast. Let me try and like explain what I mean. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's like, damn it, I can't put it into words. Just give me a moment, I just gotta think. Because I have an example in my head, but I don't know how to word it. It's like when... I can't think of it. Like, packaging items. Like, I'm trying to think. Like, when you're, damn it. Sorry, my brain has just gone, like, it's just shut down. My brain has too many Chrome tabs open and it's having a memory leak. But the, okay, let me focus on, like, what you're seeing. I'll try. It's this one vert here. That's the problem. And there's a real world analog that I'm trying to think of to explain it. But it's like, this isn't good because it's like connected at one point, but the rest of it doesn't flow. And then like there's this that's just cut out on its own. And then this is still like connected. And the example I'm thinking of I'm still trying to work out how to, I don't know if I can. It's like when you're, okay, I remember the example now, because I'm thinking of like the materials, and I know where it's from. It's from KFC, and this sounds like a weirdest tangent, but bear with me. I don't know if they have this in the States, but in my country, at KFC, we have the Zinger box, which I think they might have changed. I don't even know if that's a thing anymore because it's been so long, but they have this thing called the Zinger box. bear with me, this is going somewhere, okay? I know this sounds like a massive tangent, but this is all related, okay? Just trust me. Because they had this packaging that was so annoying. It was the worst. Like, it was terrible, and I'm trying to find a picture of it. It was like a cardboard zipper. Any Australians in chat, you'll know what I mean. But they had this thing where you had to, like, I'm trying to get a picture of it. There's no pictures on Google of what I'm talking about. It's, I don't know, maybe it's a thing specific to my country. I don't know what it is. But we had this thing where it was like, okay, bear with me, this is relevant, okay? So we had this thing where it would come in a box, but the box was like enclosed. So it wasn't open like this, it was enclosed. And it had like flaps on the top. But you could rip the flaps off. And it had this cardboard zipper going around the circumference of the bottom that had like another half of the box, and it had a little handle on it. And what you would do is, to open the box, you would take the little cardboard tab and rip it around, and then the top half of the box would come off. So then you could eat it like this. But the cardboard zip is terrible because it like breaks half the time. And it creates this thing here where sometimes I'll be like ripping it off and it hangs on like one little bit of the zip. Like I rip it and then it just sticks to like one little area and then it ruins the flow and I can't undo the rest of it. That's the example I was thinking of. I don't know why that came into my head, but you know, UV mapping, it's a lot like KFC packaging, you know? It's, like, it's bad. So that's, I don't know why that was the example that came to my head. I know there's, like, no images on Google, so I know this probably doesn't make any sense to any non-Australians, but I don't know, maybe they do have that in America. Don't know. Haven't been to America in a while, but that was, like, the worst, where you would, like, rip it open, and then it would get caught on, like, here, like, on one of these little bits. Because that's kind of what the UV map's doing. Like, if you think about this back to the UV mapper, the auto unwrapper has just done that, like what I would do. Like, it would be trying to unwrap the model and cut it, and because that's what you're doing with a KFC box. You're unwrapping it, literally unwrapping it. Okay, I know it's very meta. Bear with me. So to get the box open, you have to UV unwrap the box, and you gotta like tear it open and flatten it out. That's what you do. And when you get little bits like this, that's like when I am ripping it and then the zip gets caught on something and then I can't open the rest of it or whatever. Like that's the equivalent in the UV map. That's what's happening. So it's ripping the hair strands. It's like, zzz, you know, that's what it's doing across these seams. It's basically, imagine all of these seams as little KFC zippers, little cardboard zippers. It's just stripping them and flattening them out, stripping them, flattening them out. And then it's got to this corner and it's like, and then it gets stuck. And it's like, oh no, that's what's happening. And that's why I just know that that's gonna cause some problem later. That's what I was trying to explain. Okay, tangent over. God, that was the most, I think this has gotta be the most outrageous thing I've tried to explain on any stream I've ever done. But anyway, Blender, yeah, Blender, you know, unwrapping is just like, it's like opening a KFC Zinger box. It should open well. If it doesn't open well, it's bad. Like that's kind of the, I don't know. I sound so unhinged. I know, I sound crazy, but that's the rule. I don't know. That's just how it is. That's just those are the rules. So you see here, it's like it's trying to unzip the hair and then it's just like it gets caught in this little corner. So how do you solve that? How do you fix that? Well, okay, I think I might know. Now that I've explained it, now like when I get over that little block, now I think I can see the solution now. Mark seam. Let's just separate this out on its own thing and see how okay. See how that's better? You see? That's what I'm talking about. Except I don't know where it's put it. Okay, it's put it there. Okay, that's actually not bad. Yeah, see, now the auto unwrap is playing nice. That's what I wanted. I just didn't know how to articulate it. But now that I've related this to my real life experience of opening KFC. Now I can explain to the computer what I want, and I'm telling the computer I don't want it to be like one of those bad Zinger box wrappers, and it's like, I got you, man, no worries. And I put the seam in the right place, and then it does it. So when you it's playing nicer now. So now we just got to do this for we just got to like sort this out for the rest of this, which there's just this face, and then there's just this, and then that's it. And then we'll look at the top next, because that's going to be a separate thing to worry about there. Brandon talks his first stream I came to this. Yeah, man. That's how it goes. That's how game development is. It's just like KFC, bro. That's yep. Just another day. But it is. Like, I am not crazy. I am not crazy. It's just like unwrapping KFC. It's literally called the same thing. It's unwrapping. When you get out the burger, you're unwrapping it, okay? It's not a coincidence that that is called the same thing. That's, you know, that's how it is. You think I'm crazy? Imagine the guy that came up with UV mapping. I didn't even come up with this. Imagine the guy that like had to sit there and think, how do you make a model that has textures? And then he decided, we're gonna unwrap it like a KFC box. That's probably what he was thinking. Let's be real. He was probably thinking that. So I don't know, man. I don't think I'm the crazy one. Imagine being the guy that made this up and went, yeah, that's how we're gonna texture. I don't know, man. That seems kind of crazy to me. So where is this? This is somewhere. I'm trying to figure out where this is. It can't be there. Maybe it's on the other side. Okay, it might be here. Or not. I wish I could figure out where this was. I think it is on this back, because I'm looking, it has this triangle here, and the only place there's a triangle is... Oh, wait, where is that triangle? Okay, well that's up there, but that's not the one I was thinking. No, hold on, I can figure this out. I'm just trying to find where this is. I know it's in here. Okay, it's... Okay, we're narrowing it down. Okay, it's here. Oh, okay, it is there. All right. So the problem here... Okay, let's try and mark that seam. Okay. Ah, see? Much nicer. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. I've now solved that. And let's look at everything else. Okay, I don't know why. Because I'm just doing auto, and it's like putting... Oh, wait, what are these red... No, I don't want those. How do I get rid of those? It's like it's pinned them. I don't want them pinned. I want them not... unpin. Okay, that's nicer. All right. Okay, now this looks approachable now. You guys remember how this UV map looked at the beginning of the stream? This looks a lot more approachable now. But I want to know what on earth this is. Like, this is bothering me. I know this is meant to go somewhere. Maybe let's just look at the map and see if there's any missing gaps. Doesn't look like it. It looks like everything isn't missing anything. Like, every strand, it doesn't have like a big chunk taken out of it. So I'm trying to work out like where this is meant to go, because this body is on his own, and that's not good either, because it's like, that's just, you shouldn't have, like, I know there's a reason why you shouldn't have this here. The reason isn't coming to me right now, but I know that this is not good. So there must be a seam in this model where I put it too close somewhere. I don't know where, but like I must have like made some error. I just can't seem to, I literally can't see it. I don't know where it's gone. I have to think, there's got to be a way to select this, right? Okay, I'm gonna look it up real quick. Selection okay, so is that actually a thing? Selection sync? Is like there's like actual name for it? Blender selection sync. Let's search that. Oh, okay, that actually is a thing. All right, I thought it was just like an abstract, maybe it has this feature, but it looks like it actually does. Oh, so it handles the selection problem too. Okay, cool. How do I... Where's the button where I turn it on? Okay, I know how to... Yeah, where's the... This is just telling... Like, I know these keys, but I just... Wait, tell me the button to turn it on. Okay, in the... Maybe it's in here? It says it's in, like, the header menu. What's this? Sticky selection? Nah, it doesn't look like it. Header, I'm pretty sure it said header menu, right? Buttons in the header. Oh, select menu. Oh, wait, what's this? Select. Oh, did that do anything? No, it didn't do anything. Okay, well, that's not where it is. I'm assuming it's just a button somewhere. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, cool. It keeps everything else there too. All right. I was really worried that if you select it, it would just remove everything else. Okay. All right. Well, this looks like an overlap. Yeah, boy, we got an overlapping vert. Okay, let's just overlapping face. That's the problem. Okay, I would never have found that. All right. I think we solved it. I think problem solved, boys. Yes. All right. Okay. Now, I'm just looking at the UV map now that it's all kind of like flattened. I can see some challenges. I'm gonna just quickly compare. I'm just gonna look at Guilty Gear UV map for comparison. So it looks like they have more things merged than I do. So I'm trying to just think. With the auto tools, because this is one of their UV maps, and they have mine's a bit more separated out, theirs is a little more connected. So I'm just thinking, is there a way I can like adjust the scene placement so that it's a little more like this? Because I'm just thinking, because I want to do a similar thing as what they've done here, because they have all of the, I think this is all of like the outside, and then this is the inside, I think. Where it's all, and then whatever like that is, whatever's, I don't know what that is, but I would bet this is the inside. And it's like, it's taken up smaller UV space, but everything's kind of like connected more. So I want to see if I can get some properties of that happening before I go and adjust things manually. Because I think, I don't know, I just have a feeling that's going to make things a bit easier to work with. Because the only thing I'm not liking, I'm really liking this. Like, let's select the islands. I'll show you which ones I like. Oh, it doesn't let me select the islands now. Okay. Oh, I gotta turn off... Oh, okay. I gotta turn off sync selection, and then I can select the islands. I like this one. And I like these. And I like this. But these, I'm a little... I don't know. I'm a little not sure about these ones. Just because they're all separate. And... from my experience doing UV maps for the old model and the other models, because a lot of these pieces are like on the insides. They don't need to be on their own islands. I know it's more convenient, like in terms of making the bigger islands more organized, but I have to think there's a way we can make it so that we can attach these little strays to the big islands without messing it up. Because I believe if we can just connect them all a bit better instead of having them all separate, like these two, for instance, like these look like they'd be close together. If I can like merge them there, that'd be nice. Same, like I'm just trying to, let's turn sync selection back on and just do a rough like plan of how we might arrange this. Because I want to keep the bits that are like close. Like here, for instance, I think I put a seam where I shouldn't have. Like this shouldn't be a seam. This should be connected, I think. Or, oh no, actually that's a little tricky because it goes into this corner, which I'm not so, let's try and see how that looks. It might not be good. Hopefully it's not too bad. Like here. Okay, this actually, no, it isn't terrible. I just want to select here. Like it's, wherever it is. Oh, it's still separate. Okay, that's because I wanted it to kind of touch and like have this all. Are these? Okay, these are. Yeah, it's here. This because this is the same vert. These don't need to be separate. So let's clear that seam and let's try this again. Okay, for whatever reason, it's just not. It's still treating it like a separate thing. That's kind of strange. And this, like, this is where they split, but this is all the same, right? So I'm just thinking like. If we can like kind of group the smaller bits together more and clump them together, that'd be nice. Except for whatever reason now it isn't, it's just like it's not unwrapping them the way I want. Like it's all still keeping them as separate, which is a bit strange. I don't know why it's doing that now. And here too, because these are the same verts. They don't need to be, okay, I don't need a seam there. I can have it because I'd like for all of this to just be one. Same here. I don't know why I put a seam there. I don't need that. Okay, let's try this now. Okay, it has changed it a bit. So you can see, okay, this is what I mean, right? This and this used to be separate, but now they're one. That's what I'm thinking. I want to like take some of these strays and just put them on to these bigger clusters. Because it's just going to be easier. Because I don't want to have to go in and hand place like... Instead of... Like imagine instead of doing like 50 of these little pieces, I only have to do 20. Like that'd be nice. Some of the... Like here, maybe by necessity, some of them might have to be separate. But if I could like attach that on to the end of one of these others without ruining the flow, that'd be cool. I reckon I could do that. Like here, this is perfect. This is what I want. See here, I've cut it off where it starts to have issues, but when it doesn't have issues, because this little edge here is on the inside. Now that I've got, if I do sync selection, yeah, like watch this. Let's look at where that is. So that is here. It's the side of the edge here, but it up until the point where it starts to get kind of whack, it's like connected to the big piece. So I guess we could call them like crumbs, I suppose. Like these little crumbs, right? I want to like not have as many of those and just attach them to the big pieces, you know? A lot of food references today, but it's, you know what I mean? Like, and then these, I'm not too thrilled on how these are sitting. Like some of these should probably be like merged into one, I reckon. We just got to be thoughtful about how we do that. So I'm thinking... Because I do have a few of these little bits where I've got seams here. So let's clear those and see what we get. Like if I clear those... Okay, this is going a bit nicer. You can see now that there's less little crumbs. That's kind of what I'm talking about. You know, it's like if you get... I'm going to bring up KFC again, okay? It's like if you get... It's like if you get like the chicken wings, but every single bone of the chicken wing is like been torn apart and just like laid out. It's like, no, I want them all packed and like juicy. Like that's how I want them. Like that's kind of what I'm thinking. So like this, we might be able to get away with not having that seam. Maybe. Not so sure, but could be the case. Because then I have to think as well, like where to put the lines. So I know some seams are like kind of there by necessity, but now instead of, you can see here before and after, we had like 3 little pieces, and now we just have one big piece, and I can just put one big line there. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. So yeah, I'm just thinking like here, I'm not so big a fan of, and then these two pieces, where are these? Okay. Because I'm thinking like some of these, you know, you could like merge from the top and have them like converge out. That's what I'm thinking, instead of them being all separate. Like when I've got them here, how they all kind of are connected and then they split out at the ends. I like that. So let me, okay, let's have a look. No, I'm not hungry. Shut up. I'm not hungry. I'm just really passionate about chicken and UV maps. Okay, nothing weird about that. Okay, let's, oh, okay. I can see that I gotta be careful. I can't go too far, otherwise we get this. So... okay, I messed up. Let's go back. Oh, okay. Just gotta be careful. Because I'm just, a lot of these little islands are of the back. Like it's the back of their hair, right? And a lot of that is going to be like the same. Like I don't want that to be complicated, and I don't want to have to do a lot of like manual. So yeah, I keep removing this seam, but it keeps coming back. I know that I didn't put a seam there. I know I'm not crazy. Because I would love it if the whole back was just connected as a big piece. That'd be splendid. That'd be very cool. Like here, we don't need that. Don't need a seam there either, I think. So yeah, I kind of went autopilot and placed a lot of these seams, but I think let's go and like take some of them out and see what we, because I think the ones on the outside, but those are fine, but the ones on the inside, maybe, you know, we can we get away with not having some of them? I wonder. And so yeah, see, okay, there's still a few issues, but you see how this is like becoming a bit easier to work with now? Like this is now all one big fat piece, which is great. This is a little problematic. This is cool, this one here. These two are like better, but still I'd like to work on those. And then there's this. I've done something wrong here, because that should not be, I got something wrong. I got something wrong. That should not be touching. I don't know why that's touching. Oh, I took this one out. Okay, that's better. See, okay, like, I know this looks kind of minor, but you see how 5 minutes ago there was lots of little pieces? Now it's all kind of, it's looking a bit easier to, like, it looks less nightmarish. You know what I mean? It looks like, oh, thank God, I only have to do 10 islands instead of 50. That's what I'm thinking, okay? I'm thinking about future me, and I'm like, what do I want to put up with today? And I'm trying to avoid, like, issues. I'm trying to make future me's job easier. But it's a balancing act. I gotta just be careful. So I'm thinking about, like, maybe, I don't know if this is a good idea, but I'm gonna try. Like, okay, yeah, you can see I've messed something up. So let's go back one. Let's go back a bit more. All right. So, because if I do this wrong, then it creates like, let's just take a look at this because this is bothering me. What's going on with that? Okay, I think I might know what the issue is here. I think if I mark those, but keep that. Okay, that's nicer. Now it doesn't fold into itself. Cool. I think it's just because it was at there was like a bit of an awkward point here where it was like kind of folding in on itself. Because I think this is like one vert. Yeah, I can see why that would have been a problem now. Although, because yeah, it's just because there's a lot of different like the little groups I'm thinking of. Because what I would love is if it was like, you know, these bits on the sides, if those were like connected into one kind of bit, the bits on the outside and then the bits on the inside. That's kind of how that's what I'm thinking. Like these little bits. Like you can kind of see there's I'm just trying to think how I want them all connecting. Because then there's this part. Like I'm not sure if I want them connected to the back or not. Because the back is kind of chilling on its own there. Like these are the back faces. Because these are the reason why I gotta make sure that these stay separate from most of the others is because these are gonna get. I'm gonna use vertex painting on the insides of these to shade them so that they're always in shadow because that'll look better. But I gotta think like, do I want that perforating on these outside bits? And I think I do. Like these little gaps in the hair, like let's select them all so I can like so I can like see this in action. I wish I could, yeah, there we go. Oh. Like these, because I just gotta think of how I want these lit, how I want these UV matte, how I want these textured. Because if I can like compartmentalize them in a smart way, I just think it'll make everything easier later. So let me just get those. All right. I think I've got them all. Oh, there's one missing. Yeah. So these, I don't want these selected at the moment. I'm just gonna deselect the back and just select the sides only. So it's these pieces, right? Because I'm thinking, I might now that I'm looking at them like on their own, I'm starting to understand why this might be a bit of a challenge, what I'm trying to explain. Because I'm thinking it'd be cool if this was all just one connected piece that just kind of zigzags around, but I can see that that might not work. Yeah, because they touch like that. Because if I want to flatten those out, it might be tricky. But I do like. I don't know why like there's this whole chunk missing from this one. I'm not sure where that's what's meant to be there. But I'm just trying to think if I want them all like, because I'm just looking at like the reference on like how Guilty Gear's UVs, and they seem to all be kind of connected. Like it's all kind of merged into this one sheet, which they then split a little and then go in and add lines. So I'm trying to think like, all right, well, I've got separate strands out and I could place them close together, but if I can like merge it smartly and have it as like a big, like if the less of these little pieces, the better. But also you need enough so you can add those little lines in, right? So, I'll show you just for reference. This is oh, where did everything just vanished? Oh, there we go. So for reference, this is the kind of, like this is the sort of thing I'm trying to do. And it's like, I'm just looking at how they've done this and it's, this might not be something I could like, sounds obvious, but it's like, some of what I'm trying to do, because what I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to get it with automatic UVs. how close can I get so that the amount of manual work is like not as much. Like if I can make it where I auto and it's like close and then I just have to like touch it up, that'd be great. I know that that might not be entirely possible because if I need to look at these a bit. Where Hog is good says, it's insane how much time just gets sunk into getting one portion of the model. Yeah, man, yeah. For reference, I remember in Arc System Works GDC talk, they mentioned that each of their characters took like 3 months to make, which is pretty crazy. I thought it would have taken them like a week because they're like professional, but no, it took them like 8, and they have like dozens of characters, like they have like at least a dozen characters in their game, right? And imagine each of them taking 3 months to do. But to be fair, a lot of the work, I imagine, because they do have a lot of these characters where they have like extra periphery models that go with it. Like for some of the characters' attacks, they'll whip out like this weapon that's only there for one of the attacks, and they have to make a model for that weapon. And then they have to make a different model of that weapon, but with a smear on it. And then they have to make like dust animations, like all of the this is gonna sound crazy, but all like the little dust in that game in Guilty Gear and Dragon Ball, like when you jump up, like the character jumps and then it has this dust cloud. Those dust clouds are modeled, like those are not particles, those are like modeled in. So that's, I'm not sure if I'm gonna go that far, but that's probably a contributing reason as to why theirs took like 3 months per character, I'd imagine. And you know, modeling all the effects and stuff. So it's like, yeah, it's a lot. I think my first attempt was 6 months, which is a lot longer than 3, but considering it was like my first try and I'm not, what's his name? What's the guy's name that works at, what's Junmoto Miya? Like, I'm not him, okay? And if it took him 3 months as 15 years in the industry guy, then it's like, oh, well, me, a beginner that knows nothing, that's not so bad. Hopefully it won't take 6 months this time though. I don't think I can spend that long. So far it's been like 1 and it's been pretty all right. But there was some other question here I just saw. I can't find where it was now. I can't find where the question was. I just saw it and now it's vanished. Is there gonna be food in the game? Oh man, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. What texel density target am I using? I'm not really thinking about texel density. I'm just thinking about this. That's all I'm focused on is whatever this is. I'm gonna worry about texel density later. I guess, funny enough, texel density with this technique doesn't matter because, like, this is, okay, if we zoom out, whoa, okay, that's huge. Can I, like, turn off repeating? Yeah. So this is one of their textures. I guess they do pay attention as far as the face is concerned. You can kind of see the face there, right? But in terms of everything else, like, because it doesn't rely on resolution, like, the only bits that are big are the bits that are actually, like here, where they do the eye. But everything else is all flat color and, like, lines. Like, you don't need a lot of pixels. And that's kind of the brilliance of this technique, is that you can, like, make the texture tiny and it'll work. Like, you don't need a lot of space. So I'm not really even thinking about texel density, to be honest. Like, that's probably something I'll just work out later, whatever feels right. I'm just kind of focused on getting the islands, because it's really more about the islands, like the UV islands shape, than anything else. Like, this hair could be like half of the size on this texture, and it would still work. Like, it would not matter. So yeah, not too worried about texel density. Like, yeah, you can see, like, I guess they've made the face big for whatever reason. It doesn't actually need to be this big, but they've done it. And then the eyes, those are like the only things that need to be big. Everything else, it literally, like, doesn't matter. Like, it's all just blocks It's just Minecraft, literally. Look at all this. So yeah, okay, here's some confirmation that, okay, because this is like the dark part of the hair. That's why, so now that I've got I had the wrong texture on. Now that I've got the color map on, you can see what I'm trying to do, where it's like, on this character, they have the outside of their hair here, but then the underside is on the dark brown to indicate shadow. That's what the reason I want to try and connect them all as much as I can is so that I can arrange mine like that similarly pretty easily. And at the moment, we're getting there. Like this, I'm really happy with this island, because this you could just UV square it, and that'll be, like, this is perfect, this one. That's fine. But it's just these other ones, I'm thinking they could use a bit more work to them, you know? Like, I could, like, I'm looking at, like, sort of that, and it's like, I could stretch this out like this and have it work, and that'll be fine. It's just like, this is like their inside part, and that's, I guess, I don't know, maybe it's because it's like, it's very squashed, so let me, like, that's probably how the hair would actually look in the model. I'm just looking at how, because they've got a few gaps. They've connected, so this bit looks like a side bit that they've connected. Then there's, I could not explain this. I don't know what's, so that's the thing too. I guess it's like, maybe it doesn't need to be that great if they can get away with this. I don't know. I'd like to try, like, I don't want to have this though. Like, I just feel like that's going to be stressful, so, but the fact that they've got it there is kind of funny. Okay, now that I've looked at it, let's look at mine. Yeah, because it's just, some of these I could connect. Like, what's this? Like this, I reckon I could, like, connect. Yeah, like, this could be part of this, I reckon. Or, no. There needs to be a line. Yeah, okay, no, never mind. Because I gotta remember the lines too. Yeah, also, why did I put that there? Let's get rid of that. Clear scene. I don't know why I had that there. Yeah, there was a piece missing. Okay, that's better now. Now I am getting hungry. Getting very hungry now. Flaming Fox says, honestly, I've done textures like this a lot before, and it's surprisingly nice. Yeah, I suppose. Like, I've tried to do it with... Oh, should I open it? I think I want to open it. I want to find... I'll show you the drone to see. I want to look at how I did it for that. Just so I gotta let my brain sit for a bit and think about how I want to approach this. So I'm gonna go find my other character where I did this on and show you. Because some of you might have been there for that, but this was a while back now, so some of you might not have seen it. Because I haven't talked about this character in a devlog, by the way. Like, this is a completely other character that I've done that I think only the people that were here on stream like 6 months ago know about. So, this might be exciting if you haven't seen. I just gotta dig for it. Where's this? Okay, I think I might have found it. So let me show you what, this was like my first attempt at like doing this type of texture style on a character. Granted, it's a lot easier with a robot, but this gave me like a lot of practice. So this is like the drone, or the wee woo bot, as some have affectionately taken to call him. But yeah, you can see it's like sharp, except this part. I messed up here because I messed up this one piece, but everything else, trust me, it's perfect. It's fine everywhere else. So if I select this little dude, that's how I did it for this guy. And you can see where I put the lines. And this was, now that I'm looking at this, it's like, yeah, this was fun. I remember this now. This was actually really fun to do. So you can see how I've done it there. Now granted, this is a lot easier than what I'm doing now. Because my goodness, if this character had hair, it would be over. Actually over. But that's how it came out. And if we do like, this is like the base color. Like, it's just fun. Yeah, this was really, it was fun. Because it's just so neat. And it's sharp as hell. Like, look at look at the sharp lines. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's what we're trying to do with Gabi, except Gabi's like way more complicated. So that's kind of the idea. But you know, you look at like how though I did the wheel, and if I move, I'll show you now that I have like an example up for those that have like do not get this texture style. I can show you it now in action on how it goes. So you see here, let's get the alpha map up. You see how I've got this face selected and it has like these empty transparent parts on either side. Watch this. Whoa, look at that. So that's what's going on. We're just UV mapping it in such a way so that like this goes over the black and then it creates a line. That's literally, that's it. Like that's literally that's the thing, that's the method. Say every single face is done that way. So you see here, I should have shown this at the beginning of the stream. It would have been a lot easier to grasp. But you can see like, if I, you know, do that, oh, can I like select both of these? Yeah. So if I select here and I take off and I put it all in the green, you will get no line work, right? Like it's all very flat. But then if I, you know, I put these into the line and watch this, whoa, line work. Like that's kind of, there we go. So that's kind of what we're doing with, but imagine doing this with like high poly hair. And that's what we're doing. So yeah, so now that I'm looking at this I miss doing robots. Anyway, let's get back to Gabi. So that's what we're trying to aim for. But also because it's hair, it's complicated. Oh, is it? Oh, sorry. I didn't know the face cam was covering it. I've closed it now. Oh, well. But you saw the UV map. That's the important bit. And you saw that it had like some lines on it. That's the main point. Yeah, man. Solid colors, UV squares. That's it. But I think even with that model, I had done it auto first, and it was doing, it unwrapped really well with auto, and that made the square stage easier to do. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about here, and I'm just, cause I haven't unwrapped hair this well. Like I don't even want to look at what the UV map was like for Gabi's old hair, cause it's probably a nightmare. So this is like a first attempt at doing something like this with UV square method. So that's why I'm kind of just a little stuck on some of these pieces. Because I just gotta understand how I want it to behave. Like that's a lot of this, me just moving and clicking. I'm trying to think like, how do I want this to go? How do I want this to act? How do I want to texture this? And I know I know what I don't want. That's the thing. I don't know what I want, but I know what I don't want. And I'm just trying to weigh that and like, is what I want possible? And if not, how much can I avoid it being what I don't want? So in terms of these bits, I think I'm happy with this connecting. I'm not sure about this. Oh no, because it's, okay. I'm fine, because I'm just thinking what rules, what like heuristics or rules am I okay with having here? So in this case, you can see that like we've got this strand on the side and then we've got this strand here. And I have to decide, is it fine if this and this touches? Is that okay? And I'm trying to think, is it or is it not? And I need to look at how they've got some of this. I think it's okay sometimes. I just gotta figure out where it isn't okay. Because there are times where that might not be okay, and that'll be like, if, let's say, I don't know what color I want this. That's the thing I guess I gotta figure out is like, do I want this being, because I'm gonna have two colors. I'm gonna have like the light color and the dark color. Because the dark, the back of the hair is gonna be like a darker pink. And then the bit on the outside is going to be lighter. Because, I don't know, it just seems sensible, I guess, to do it that way. But then I gotta ask, you know, like, alright, well, like, is there gonna be issues? So I think what I want, because I have to pick, Do I want these little strands? I think I want these little strands on the inside. I think those I want to have those grouped with the back. Like I want these to be dark, and then this to be light. Like I'm kind of zoning it out. Like the outside part is going to be light pink, and then anything else is like dark. So like these bits and then this bit, right? So with that in mind, I can then look at this now and go, all right, well this, like you see how it's not touching? That could probably touch and that'll be okay. Like that should be touching because it's all gonna be kind of the same color, and then it will separate, and this will not be touching, at least in theory. Yeah, so this, the outside is now over here, but the inside is here, and then we're gonna have like a bit of that line going on this edge so that we get like a black line there. So then I gotta think, well, all right, well, will that work for the other strands? So I think I'm liking, I think I've decided on how I want it to work for this strand. And now we're just gonna apply that to the rest and see if it'll work. So the thing I don't like that these are splitting. They should not be splitting. Like here, I don't know why those are splitting apart. They shouldn't be. Or should they? No, I don't think so. I don't think they should. So what's going on? Why? Oh, wait. Oh no, these are, wait. What? These are touching. Why? Okay, why are these the same? Like, I can only select one of these. Why are they split apart there? That is so strange. What's going on? There's no seam. Maybe I clear this seam. I don't know if it's, oh, that, please don't, oh no, that caused more problems. Okay, no, I don't want that. And see here, I don't want that. I want those touching. But for whatever reason, it's treating these vertices a little funny, and I'm not vibing that. I don't like that. I want those to be touching. Like, I don't know, like, and I can't select, they act like one vert. Like, I can select it and it selects these both, but for some reason it's split them, and I don't know why. I don't know why it's done that. I wasn't doing that earlier. Let's try auto unwrap again. Oh dear, oh no. Okay, no, now I know why it was doing that, but we've got bigger problem now. Why? Okay, let me think this through. Oh man. Okay, no, I see the issue. What I can see what I want and what reality is kind of coming into a bit of conflict, because what I want is also for this whole back bit to be kind of connected, but because of these little bits in the middle, that might not work. Yeah, all right. I might have to mark those off as seams. Let's see. All right, I guess that'll work. I really didn't want to do it like that, but I guess. Cause I'm trying to get those faces. Cause yeah, then it's like putting that on its own little bit, which I kind of didn't want. I wanted that to kind of somehow fold into the rest, but yeah, it might not actually, yeah, that might not work. I don't know, I think I could still do it. It's just, yeah, so that would have worked. It's just the problem is because it connects and touches this other strand, that it's just these little bits where it becomes like a bit of a problem. So I just want to work out, because I would love it if the circumference, like if this and this was like touching. I would love it if that was the case. Like here, it's almost, it's like close, but not quite. I think I can do it. Yeah, and then when I do this, it just messes up. So, but it's close. Like it's kind of grouped and clumped together, but there's just this little issue here where it's like, I don't know, something like it's just, it starts to act up a bit funny. But I don't know, I think I can get it how I want. It's just, I just gotta be careful with that little corner. Maybe this has to, okay. Let me just think. Man, I really wish I was just UV mapping a KFC box. That would have been so much easier. Okay, okay, I think I've got it. All right, this is what I want. Okay, no, I'm getting there, I'm getting there. That's what I want. Where it's like, oh, except this. A bit of a problem. But if I can just get that to just weld itself shut, that'd be perfect. Because then it's like, I can put a line there, I can put a line there, and then I can just shade this all, and I can just organize it, and that'd be perfect. It's just, for whatever reason, it's like 90%, and then it just I don't know why it's like doing this with the vertices here, like here too. I don't know what's going on. Oh wait, no, I think no, I can figure this out. I know what it's. I think I know what it's trying to do. Or do I? Do I know what it's trying to do? What is this? Okay, so that's that face. Okay, it looks like I have to choose between whether I want this backside connected or whether I want like this. Like I can either pick having its side, like this side connected to this. Where's my face view? Like I can either have this connected to that or I can have this connected to that, but I can't have both. So I gotta pick. What do I want? I think we'll have that separate. So I'll mark a seam. I don't want to do it, but I'll... Oh, well, wait, no, I've already got a seam mark there, so that should... Okay, well... That wait, no, you know, there's something... Something is not right. That should still... I don't know why is that... Why is that separate? What vertice is that? Okay, it's these two. What are these guys doing? Why is it? Because it... Oh, no. Alright, well, we'll come back to that, because I, for the life of me, can't figure that out. We'll just try and move on, and hopefully that doesn't cause an issue. Because I guess it's fine. It's just a bit irritating that it's treating them like one vert. I don't know what, I don't know. We'll come back to that. We'll have to come back to it. But now I know how I want, I know how I want these to connect now. So I want not a seam there. I want them, like the back to like wrap around to the sides. Like this, where you've got the side pieces and the middle piece connected, and then on the front, that'll be separate. Like that's all done here. That's what I want. Except it keeps putting a seam there. I've taken the seam out 3 times. I know I'm not putting it there on purpose. I don't know why it's doing that. All right. Okay, you're starting to see this now, right? I know this is like confusing and boring, but you see how it's they're starting to group together a bit better now? Like there's less little crumbs. That's what I'm talking about. Now we've got these big fat pieces. That's what you want. Just like with your chicken legs, you want the big fat pieces. You don't want the little strands. You know, you don't want the little strands of chicken sticking out. Sorry, I need to stop thinking about food. But this is like, because then, and I keep reiterating this, but it's like, if it looks good in the auto wrap, it's just going to be easier to UV square it. It's like if I make all the decisions about, because this is just, it's a lot of like choosing, how do I want this? How do I want that? If I can make all those choices now, then I won't have to like second guess myself later. So that's how I'm thinking. So I know that this, I don't want a seam there. And I know here, I don't want a seam here. So yeah, now I can decisively say, okay, where do I want seams? Where do I not want seams? And it's really easy to make these choices now. So I do want a seam here. And I do not want a seam on this side. Because before I was kind of just, you know, eyeballing where I want things, but now I get where I want things and why I want them there. I understand what choice I want to make now. That's one of the reasons this hair, by the way, because I've been working on this hair for like, I think the last week on top of the videos. And it's like, part of the reason the hair has been just kind of a pain is because there's just a lot of choices. Like, how do you want things to connect? Like, doing this fringe, like, my goodness. I was like, how do I want this to connect up? Like, how many strands of little bits do I want here? You know, how am I gonna have the fringe? How do I want to connect all of that together? Like, there's so many, like, choices. So that it's just been kind of exhausting. Because it's just a lot of little decisions of, like, oh, well, how do I want this to work? How do I want that to work? It's very exhausting. Like, it's wearing me out quite a bit, but it's got to get done. And this is going to be a tricky part because these are the same. These vertices connect. All right, well, at least I know. Okay, wait a minute. I know I want to seam on this, because yeah, now I can, it's a bit easier to make that choice now that I've like figured that out, where I want seams, where I don't want seams. Okay, you see there's like one less strand now, except now we've got this problem. So we're gonna have to work on what we're gonna do about that. I don't know, what is going on there? That is whack. Oh, they're connecting somewhere they shouldn't be. It's this one vert that's causing some issue. Okay, well, what's going on? Every edge around it is a seam. I don't understand. Oh, no. Wait, no. Wait a minute. No, I don't... Okay, no. Clear that. Okay, that shouldn't be a seam. Oh, but then it cleared this. What's going on? Okay, no. I only want one side of this, I think. Oh, no. I want this one. Yeah, so that's... Oh, no. I had that in the wrong spot. No, that was... Because I look at it from here, and then I look at it from there, and I... Okay, the seam absolutely should be there. Except... Oh, it just creates this weird problem with this one vert. So, oh man, this is like... Because the way I think about a lot of this is like making rules of like, here's how I want to treat strands of hair in the UV editor and whatever. But then there's these little things that come up where you have to like come up with an exception of like, all right, well, this one is slightly different from the others and has this problem when I use the rule. So I need to come up with an exception to the rule that solves this. And I don't like when that happens, but it happens. And how am I gonna solve that? Because it's got a big seam. I don't know why it's like touching. By all accounts. Because I just gotta look. I just gotta look. Okay, maybe it's this. No, maybe that should be marked off. Maybe that I swore I had a seam there. Maybe it got removed. Okay, that's fixed some issue, but it hasn't solved the big problem. Okay. Because if I look at it from here, it's easier for me to pick where the seam should go. Except this one's a little funky. Okay, no, I think if I just change where these go, if I rearrange and move the seams forward at one edge loop, maybe that'll... Okay, no, that didn't solve anything. I mean, those are looking nice. So it's like, some of it's better. It's just this, whatever on earth is happening there. Well, what if I just mark that off? Because all right. Oh. Maybe this, okay. It might, okay, maybe not. I was thinking maybe it's the case I can just move this out of the way and it'll be fine. But it treats these as one thing, which won't work. But it does... Oh. Wait a second. So if I put that one edge there... Oh, what on earth? Okay, that's kind of strange. Okay. Oh. Because I was thinking this should, like these verts should follow this, and they're not. And I'm like, why? Why on earth not? It doesn't make sense. But because it's connected here, okay, I get it. I get it. So if I think I might just have to chop that off here. I don't want to do that, but... Oh. Wait, no, that didn't quite fix it. No, I think I might have just made it... let's try that one more time. Okay. It's like, kind of. But... Maybe... Okay, no, I think I can still work this out. Because I don't want to just have that on its own. But what if I do this? Okay, no, still nothing. It's because it all converges, that's why. It's... I kind of get it. The reason why this is acting up is because I look at it from here and these edges are like, okay, they're connecting, but then they also connect this way. So if you take a seam here, it like affects how the sides get unwrapped. And so that might have been a topology mistake on my part, but like now that I'm looking at it, maybe I should separate those vertices out, but that, I don't know if that's a good idea. Or let me just, because here's the thing too, right? Because I'm thinking I could get rid of these altogether. I just gotta check one thing first. Because I've got some of these faces on the inside of the hair, right? And most of them are there so that like, okay, here's the thing. So let me turn on the body. Wherever it is. Body is here somewhere. Because the thing is, and this is going to be a bit of a challenge, but the idea is that this hair is also going to have, like, it's going to be rigged. So that when Gabi is, like, running or whatever she's doing, the strands of hair will animate. Now, I know what some people are going to say already, because I've been asked this a million times of like, oh, Ray, just, like, simulate physics in Unreal. And it's like, no, that won't work for me because I'm doing the limited animation style, and you can't mix physics simulation with limited animation because they run at different refresh rates. So I'm going to do it by hand and animate it, which is more work, but it looks better. So I'm going to do that. So thing is, though, is that it requires that I rig the hair. And what I haven't quite worked out yet is how this will look if I, like, have her hair windswept back. Like, if she's running... Because her hair kind of sits very low, but if she's like running or jumping, I haven't quite worked out yet how, like, if I like put bones in here, like I've tried to think about it cursorily, but I haven't like thought about it in detail yet. Like when I have the bones in and I have her hair sweep back, like how far back, where's the articulation point going to be? I haven't quite worked that out yet. So the thing I've tried to do to kind of like mitigate some issues is like have some topology on the inside of the hair so that if I do animate it going back, like there's actually another side to it, you know? Like I can like take this back and like I can like do it, I can like pose it like that, right? And there'll be like polygons on the underside. What I don't know yet is how the side bits will look. Because if I try and draw how that would look with the bone, like let's say the bone goes there. We got the joint there, a joint there, and a joint there. How would this look windswept? Okay, well maybe it goes back like this. All right. If it goes back like that, do we need geometry on the back side of it so that it doesn't, when you look at it from here, it doesn't like, you know, clip. There's no like see-through polygons. No. So it's like, all right, well, what back faces can I get away with not having? That's the question I'm looking at, right? Because I know for the front, I know that I want to animate the front bits a lot, like here. Like I know this, I'm gonna have a bone like here, and I want to animate like this. That's why I've kind of got this separated out, because I want to have that like animate a lot, like those front strands. I want to animate those a lot and have them sort of swaying. Like when she's in her idle, I want them to kind of sway because I know I don't know, it's like those are very important strands. Like they kind of shape the whole hair. So if I have them like kind of swaying, it's just like the back bits, like all this, because it's very connected still, and I want to keep it like tight and connected because it's just easier to work with. Like if I had them all as individual strands and like had them all back face mold, like that'd just be a bit of a nightmare. So I want to keep them all together, but not so much where you can't move the hair, but then not like, you know, not too extreme in other directions. So I've just got to think like, how far back should this go? And like, do I like, because this part here will kind of move as a group, like these three ones. So if they're all like swept back, I gotta think like, because the issue is at the moment is that these back faces might be needed for animation so that the hair doesn't like look invisible, but they're a pain to UV map. So I'm thinking, could I delete these faces and just not deal with them? And is that going to cause a problem for rigging? And I don't know. I get the feeling we might actually need a few more back faces. So I'm very reluctant to remove, because it's easy to remove them. It's hard to add them back. So I'm just thinking like, do I want to just like take these out or do I want to keep them? And I don't know. I think, what do I want? I think now that I've explained it, I think what I've got now is probably the best we're gonna get, like, for that strand. I just have to, like, keep, because the problem fundamentally is... also, I swear, this seam keeps coming back. I don't want a seam there. It keeps coming back and I don't want it. Oh my goodness, what have I done? Oh, what is that? Why is there a... Okay, I didn't put that there. I don't know why there's a big plane. All right, anyway. Okay, let's look at how that's looking. Because I think I just might have to like cut that out on its own sort of thing, you know? And just leave it. So this will just have to be on its own little islet. And I would love it if it connected well with everything else, but it just doesn't. Because if I could make it connect with the back, but if I remove that seam... Okay, now that my brain's thought about it a bit, if I remove that seam, it's not really gonna work because that seam is kind of needed for these. Or, wait, maybe it isn't actually. Because it just dawned on me, I might not need this to be a seam. Because that's just gonna be, those two connect, like those two could connect. Like this could be one piece. I don't need a line in the middle of this because I'm gonna have lines on the two outer edges. So maybe that could work. Yeah, let's try, I wanna try that. I wanna connect like this side and like that and have them kind of connect and then diverge. Hopefully that'll work without being a pain. Please. Because these are both separate, kind of, at the moment. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta be careful. Because this is also connected to another piece. I just gotta be careful. Because that... Oh, no, that's, Oh, wait. Where is all this? Oh, that's this. Wait, why is that? That shouldn't be connected. Okay, let's move. Okay, so... I don't know what that is. Oh, that's a separate... Okay, that's separate. That's fine. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Having them all just connected, like that. Alright. Except it seems to, like... Okay. Oh, that's weird. Alright, so it's like, it's like connecting it with here, but it's still separate. Oh, wait. No, wait a minute. Oh, no, it is still connected. Alright, well, that's why those... I don't think those should be... I thought those weren't connected. What are these? Oh, no, it's because it connects with the back. Okay, well, then I'll have to put a seam there. I didn't want to. But if I want to have that all as one bit, I guess that's fair enough. Because that will not... Wait, if this is all the back, okay, maybe it will work. It's just I can't have it connected there, so there's a missing seam there. Sorry, I'll rechat just a sec. I know I've just been talking to myself, but these are the kind of like it's a lot of choices. It's like, oh, how do I want this to go? How do I want that to go? So this is kind of how it looks at the moment, this little bit. So we've got this bit on the back, and then there's this bit that kind of leads up to the front, and I think I'm happy with that. I think that'll be all right. And then this, well, that's meant to go like in there, but that, for whatever reason, it doesn't like to connect, but we could probably manually just put that in there. I would love it if it did it automatically, but it isn't. So that's a battle. I'm gonna have to like fight the auto to like get that to move where I want it. And I'm okay. That's one battle I'm fine with. I want to know what is that though? What are these? Because there's just these two little bits here that are kind of sticking out. I just want to know what's going on with these. Well, yeah, I did model this with curves. I just saw someone ask. Yeah, so this was done with curves, and then I had to like turn them into meshes and then connect them all. So I did a lot of manual work to like kind of connect them. But they were made with curve. I think we were doing the curves last stream, I believe. Someone said it doesn't look like the reference. Well, you haven't seen the new references then, because they actually look exactly like the reference. I'll get those open actually, because I'll show you some of what I was doing earlier this week. It might be interesting to see, because I had to. The problem with the reference point, because I do want to change a little bit of the shape, but I know that topology is going to kind of stay very much how it is. I might add a bit of embellishment to like the top, but I kind of just want to keep it sort of how it is looking, because the thing you got to remember too is that in game it'll look another way as well, right? And it's got to look good on screen. And I remember when we had the low poly version of this with this shape, it looked good. So it's like, all right, well, you know. But I'll show you how my last, because I had to make new, because I didn't really do model sheets for this, but I did them kind of. I'll show you, because it's a bit hard to explain. But the initial problem with doing it with a traditional reference was that the references I had drawn, here's the funny bit, because the Gabi's haircut from her old references and stuff didn't actually make sense. Like their hair was like, you could not do it, like it did not make sense. It was literally impossible. So what I ended up doing instead was hybrid, doing the model and then doing reference and then doing model. So I took some screenshots of the model, and this was like, these are earlier screenshots from before I had done the fringe. So this was when I was trying to like work out how I was going to do the fringe. And when I draw it, and it also, because when she has her headphones on, it'll look better. When I draw it out and everything, because I've had to kind of take 3D model, take the character concept, and kind of bridge them in the middle, because the character concept, the original one, was just not gonna really work in 3D. So this was like how the model was looking a few days ago without the fringe. So this was when I was trying to work out like, how the heck do I make it so, like, let me turn her body back on, right? Like getting that fringe to sit where it is was, oh my god, like that was like difficult. And getting that bit of hair to look good, because I want it from the front to curve in and then from the side to curve in, and figuring that out and connecting it was like, oh my god. So this was what it was like a few days ago, and I had this problem where it's like, she has, I'll need to get another reference. I'll show you some of the drawings of like why the old design just did not work. So here is, oh dear, is that gonna, please don't crash. All right, so here is some drawings. Okay, here's the original model sheet actually. So you'll see, if you like, because it doesn't look like it on the surface, but if you actually try and model this hair, you will realize it is impossible. Like to get the strands to sit that way from that angle and that way from that angle is actually like, does not make any sense. So that's, I had to redesign the haircut to actually be practical, because this was not gonna, it wasn't gonna, even the old model doesn't actually follow this. I had to just make up something, which is why I wasn't happy with it. And even here, because I've kind of evolved her hairstyle over time too, right? But it's like getting especially this front part with her hair and the sides, that was like difficult to like work out, because it's like it's layering. Because in real hair cutting, I know a little bit about hair cutting, not a lot, but I know that there's like layering. And the only reason I know this is because when people cut my hair, they usually will get the layering wrong. Because with my kind of hair, layering is complicated. Like you can't, you essentially don't have, you should do like no layering at all, and it should just whatever, because I've got curly hair. But with straight hair, there's a lot of like layering. So like you'll have like some longer bits, some shorter bits, and I don't really, because I don't have straight hair, so I don't really get it. But I know that I hadn't thought about it with Gabi's haircut initially. And when I was modeling this, it made me really think about it. And I was like, oh, okay, how's this gonna work? Because you'll notice with like this drawing, for instance, having that bit of hair on the side, I guess it looks convincing because I've drawn it from this angle. But if you were to try to make this into 3D, you would find that actually, like the longer strand would actually be going over the top of the small strand. So that wouldn't make sense. Or this doesn't really make sense either, because it's like, yeah, because I do this thing where I draw the small strands in front, and I went and actually looked at other references of anime characters, and I find that like no one does that. And I'm like, oh, interesting. So I was trying to figure out if like, could I try and have it so that those bigger strands are kind of going over the top? And that didn't quite work because it ended up looking not like her. Like this too. This in 3D would not make any sense either. Like it just doesn't, like having the fringe going in front, then these coming out, and then everything else. I didn't realize it because this was just a drawing, but then when I try and model it, it's like, oh, this won't work. So this drawing is a bit better because this was actually traced from the current model. And this is where you can kind of start to see that I've built a bit more of an understanding of how the layering will work. So I've tried to, the strands follow a more coherent shape. So this is the current reference I'm like kind of doing, and it's unconventional because I made this while making the model. So I've had to kind of compromise a bit on the design, compromise a bit on the model to kind of reach a conclusion. And I'm kind of happier with it because I really don't like, I was very indecisive about her hair for a long time. So it's made me be very decisive now. But I actually didn't like how a lot of this, like this volume doesn't really make any sense. Like having this shape. I know it looks kind of cool on a drawing, but think about it in 3D. How on earth does that work? And the answer is that it doesn't. It just doesn't. So I had to like really think about like, all right, well, how is this gonna? And I had to draw the strands out and everything. So, and then when I had like the fringe, like what I was doing here, I then like would draw over the bits I liked and then try and like improvise the bits I wanted. So I went with this and went, all right. I tried to draw in where I would want shadows, and then I would draw in like the front strand, and these were a nightmare to like plan out. But I wanted them going over the top of those bigger strands on the back. But to do that, you have to like position them a certain way. And that's kind of, it took a while to work out, but I eventually got it. So that's why the hair has changed a bit since the initial like sketch. But that's because it has to for it to be practical. Because if we go look at the old model, the hair is a lot worse. Like we got very lost with it. Oh, sorry, I've minimized you guys. There you are. Like here, I kind of like this. Even this doesn't really look like the reference too, because the layering and volume is all off. Like I went way too hard with the spikes, and none of my drawings have that, and like. I had like this strand going, like you can see I didn't really know what I was doing. Like it was brutal. Like let me turn off the outline. Cause man, hair is complicated, dude. Like I'm telling you, hair is complicated. Like if we turn wire, you see the layering I've tried to do, but it doesn't really make sense. Like you see how she's got this big strand that's behind everything that kind of unnaturally sticks to her cheek. And then there's like no other hair behind it. Like the layer just stops there, and there's like nothing else. Like that is so weird now that I'm looking at it. Like that doesn't make any sense. And then there's like this coming from the back, like these long strands coming from like God knows where that follow her neck. Because this also creates like skinning problems too, by the way. Because skinning this was a total nightmare because I had this issue that was in this model that I never fixed, where if she was emoting, like if she was smiling, her cheeks would clip into her hair, and I couldn't do anything about it because of the way it was done. And I was like, oh, well, that sucks. So, and then I don't know if I could look at it from the inside at all, but it's just a complete, yeah. So look, the new one looks a bit different, yes, but it's a lot more sensible, I think. Like, it's practical. Whereas this is not practical. Like, I've tried to kind of keep some of those things where she's got the side part going, but I've had to, like, actually lay... Like, I've given her a haircut, guys, okay? I've had to give her, like, a haircut, give her a proper job, go in with proper layering, you know, so she doesn't look like a dork. So, yeah. And I think it's made the, like, the drawings have been a bit different now, too, and I personally, I like how the... I like how this looks. I think I've got like other, yeah, and this was like for the thumbnail I did for my last video. So it's easier to draw too, which is actually great, because it's just because now I understand where all the strands are meant to go. I can draw it so much easier now, and it's less detail. And I've noticed that in my older designs, I'm a little bit too heavy on the detail. So I find it's like actually kind of nice to reduce the detail a little, have it like broad strokes. And I don't know, because all of my favorite characters are actually not that detailed. Like, they're very simple. So I think it's made it look better, in my opinion, anyway. So, anyway, that's my little tangent on the fundamental change in the hair. Now, granted, this is without her ears and stuff on, so if I go on and turn some of the other bits on, you'll see that I've got these bits here still, which I just had disabled for the moment, and I've got her ear. Oh, that's not it. And then there's the headphones, which will kind of shape it as well. So the only thing I'm kind of not happy with is from the front, I think the back might need a bit more volume. But then if you look at it from the back, it actually kind of looks fine. So it's like, it's just tricky because when I draw it, because you can see it's the bit above the headphones, like there's a bit more volume on the top from the drawing, but her head is also tilted down a little bit. So that could be, oh, sorry. That could be why as well, because if I like do it from that same angle and tilt it, you'll see that there's the volume is kind of there when I look at it from this angle. It'd be cool if it looked more like that from the front, but that might just be a matter of tilting her head down a bit, like maybe. So that's yeah, man, like making it in 3D, it's just like, oh, it makes you really think of like, oh, is this hairstyle, like, does this make sense? It's like, you know, it's like barbering. I essentially had to like research barbering to like figure this out. But it's fun because now I think the hairstyle is kind of improved. So I mean, it's fun, but it's like, my god, it made me realize like, oh, okay, my character's design's a bit flawed. But anyway, let's get to finish off the UVs because I'm getting real hungry. Human hair doesn't have... Well, yeah, that's another thing too, is that even the hair I want kind of isn't even realistic. Like, having that kind of sort of volume at the back, I like it, but it actually isn't realistic at all. Like, it isn't practical. And I don't want to give her a bun, so it's like, you know... Like, what do you do? So you gotta work out something. And it's like, well, you know... You gotta like rock the boat and go, all right, well, let's change this and that, and hopefully it works. Anyway, so I drew this from other angles too to just make sure, and I was pretty happy with how this came out. So you can see I've tried to kind of match it where I've got those little bits sticking out, like those little cowlicks sticking out from there. I might make them a little bigger maybe. Oh, sorry, you can't see that. There, yeah. So you can see there's the model, and then there's like the drawing I had done before I had modeled that in. And the fringe, I've tried to match it very close. So I drew it first and then tried to model the fringe. The main bit though was this strand. That was such a pain, but I've got it. So yeah. So there is reference to answer the question. I just had to like, doing just reference in 2D, it wasn't enough for me. Like I had to go and model it and then like back and forth. And it kind of helps when you can do both of those things. Like if you can draw and model, it's a huge help. Surprisingly, some people can't do that. And I don't know how I don't know what they do. Like, it's like, man, I don't know how you get anything done. But I guess the job of a good 2D artist would be to like be able to do that without having to model it out first, I guess. But with me, because I can do them both, it's like it's just easier for me to just model it and then draw it and then model a bit and then draw a bit and then kind of meet in the middle. Because that's what I've been doing for a lot of this, and it's worked out. Anyway. But imagine if I was doing Goku's hair, man. Yeah, I am very happy. Like, look, this was hard, but I'm so happy that it's not like Goku or Vegeta's haircut or something. Like, they've done it. People have done it. I don't want to do it. People have though, and good for them. I couldn't do it. So that's something. Anyway, I think that's probably as good as we're going to get with the auto for that. So let's move on to the top. And then I'm getting hungry, so I want to just make a bit of progress on the top, and I might call it because I had to make it. Yeah, man, I'm so tired. But this, I'm going to go in later and like UV square it. Or, wait a minute. I think I might... Okay, should I start UV squaring this component? Or should I like auto... I don't know. I don't know which to do. Which is going to be more satisfying to watch. Doing the same steps but on this part, or going to the next part of the workflow on this segment that I've already auto done. What would be more relaxing? What would require me to... Okay, I think I'm just gonna square this out. It's because I've already made all the hard choices. The rest of this should just be neatening it up. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Because I don't want to make more hard choices for the next few hours. And there's gonna be some, because of this fringe, I am not looking forward to. Yeah, let's just not think about that. Let's just chill. Let's just make some squares. It's gonna be fun. All right. So I've got the auto sort of wraps going here, right? So now comes the fun bit where we got to turn this into like something like square so that we can make those like vectored lines. The only thing I'm a little worried about is like these, because there's something like about some of these, it's like where these points touch, there's something weird going on where it kind of like, it's like, it's these little bits where the vertices are like not touching, but they're treating them like one vertice. I don't like that, but I don't know what to do about it. So I guess we'll just have to like do the best we can and then try and address those when we get to those. But I know that there's some bits I could do easily. So let's go ahead and get those knocked out. So I'm gonna be using that plugin now to like straighten these into squares, and then we're probably gonna have to do a bit of adjustment to them. So we'll see how we do. Because especially this bottom half, I get the feeling we're gonna have some issues. So let's just one face at a time. Oh, why is that not working? Oh, I gotta turn off mesh sync. Okay. Oh, all right. So let's get one of these. Let me like close. I don't need all this open. Oh, there we go. All right. Well, now that we've got sync select off, let's look at the vertices again. Okay. Okay. I think that. Okay, all right. Well, thanks for pointing that out, because that seems to... I can work with that. That should be fine. Interesting. I wonder why it does that. There's probably a reason. All right. I can see where there might be problems. Let's look at those. So again, I'm just not thinking about texel density right now. I'm just thinking about the islands, and we'll work... Because texel density, as I explained, really does not matter in this context. So I gotta think about here's the bit where we have to make a bit of like difficult choices, and that's going to be how do we want to treat these. And I think I'm just gonna sort of do like this, I guess, and just have like this one. I'm just gonna have it hanging. I think that's how I'm gonna do it. Now here's the thing. I'm like not sure. I don't know if this will be a problem or not, because I'm looking at, because as I explained earlier, here's a Guilty Gear UV map, and you'll notice that this was obviously not done with the plugin. This was obviously done manually. And I'm wondering, now that I'm using the plugin, is there, like, I'm thinking if they did it all manually like this, maybe that was also a deliberate choice. And maybe I might have problems using a plugin. So I'm just gonna let that thought sit and continue, because I don't know what'll happen. But it looks like, because the thing I don't like about the plugin is that it makes them like perfectly uniform, which isn't like it's what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is I don't want them to be like perfect, like I want them to be straight, but I don't want them to be like perfect squares like this, because I don't know, it seems, I don't know, what am I trying to say? Because I don't know. It's like, let me just try auto again for a second. Because it looks to me like with their unwraps, it's XY aligned, but it's still in terms of like how the proportions, it's like still the same. And I think if they have it like that, I should aim for that too. And there's probably a reason they've done that. And I don't know what the reason is, but knowing the rest of their workflow, it's probably a deliberate thing. And what I'm not liking about this sort of UV square thing is that it kind of makes them a bit too uniform. And it's like, it'd be cool if it was just XY. Maybe that's possible. Actually, you know, I think that might be possible. I just want to try it out because I want to work this out before I go and do the rest. Because the thing you got to like think about is like, is this going to cause a problem tomorrow? Is this going to cause a problem when I do, you know, when I do the texturing? Like, that's the thing I'm trying to think of. And I'm looking at like their workflow and how they do it. They don't use this plugin. So I got to think, all right, well, I'd like to use it to shortcut things, but they don't use it. And it's like, there might be a reason. And that's the thing where, that's kind of where the fog, that's what I like to call it. That's where like fog starts to come in, because it's like, you can see bits, but you don't understand it all. And it's like, you can kind of see that, oh, they did this all manually. And you might want to like challenge it and go, oh, well, I don't agree with that. I'm going to do it my way. But every time I've done that in this model so far, it's backfired. So it's like, I'm trying to stick to their rules, but I don't understand all of their rules, but I've come to understand them as I've worked on the model. So I don't know if there's like a thing, I don't know if there's any monsters in the dark with this that are gonna bite me later. I don't think there should be, but you just never know. And it's like, huh, how strict do I want to stick to their rules? Is this a safe time to deviate from the rule? And it's like, I don't know. So that's the thing I'm not sure about, and I need to play around with how this will go to figure that out and to answer that. So what was that button? I do like this thing where it like convert to grid by shape. That's cool. But what I don't like is, okay, maybe I was just hitting the wrong button. Okay, that's kind of closer. Because if I do it to square grid, it's like a bit too, I don't need, like, this is a bit nicer because it kind of keeps the proportions. Maybe that's fine. I just hope there isn't some issue. Because theirs aren't perfect squares. They have a bit of, like, I don't know. Like, theirs aren't perfect squares. Like, theirs bends quite a bit. They have, like, it's not all aligned. And it's like, is that deliberate? Is there a reason? I know that there's a reason here, but is there a reason here? Is there a reason here? And it's like, maybe, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe he was just like, maybe it's just kind of sloppy. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. So it's like, They don't have like a dedicated thing. Like they mention like the technique in their GDC talk, but they don't have like a full-on thing of exactly everything. So it's like I have to kind of make my own calls. But I think this hopefully is okay and won't cause some weird problem later. And you might say, Ray, you're being a bit paranoid. And it's like, I don't think so. Like, I've done this enough to know that there's like always some problem. Like, you guys know what I mean when I say that, right? Whenever you do, like, if any of you guys have tried doing anything, there's like a universal constant is that there is always some issue that is like completely strange. And that's what I'm trying to keep an eye out for. I don't want the monsters in the unknown to like, if I don't stick exactly to this guideline, then I get completely screwed. Like that's what I'm trying to avoid. And it's worked so far. You know, a lot of the stuff about the face topology, for instance, that I was doing last week, I didn't understand half of that. I was like, I don't know why they do this. But then I kind of started to get it, and I was like, oh, okay. Like, now that I'm, like, kind of there doing it, oh, I kind of get it now, right? But with this stuff, I mean, I've done a bit of this on my own, deviating a little from their rules, and I haven't really noticed. So I'm starting to think, you know, this might be the case where it isn't all perfectly straight, but maybe it's just like a thing of it wasn't worth, like, maybe it's just they only focused on these bits, and they kind of just went whatever, which maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure, because I take their guidelines very seriously for a good reason. So when I see that mine deviates even slightly from what they do, my kind of like failsafe brain, like my alarm bells go, warning, you are not doing exactly the instructions. Please reconsider, and I'll consider it. But I don't know. I think UV mapping, it might be one of those things where it's not too. I'm hoping not. I'm really hoping not. It hopefully shouldn't be too big a problem to use a plugin to get those things done instead of what they did. Like this, I don't like. I guess we'll have to just see. Like if we start texturing this, I guess we'll find out then. I don't think I'll be able to find out until we get to that stage. So you know. It's just, yeah, like, that's just kind of how I am, though, about, like, a lot of this stuff, because I understand that the guys who came up with this are, like, way smarter than me, so it's, like... And, like, I usually will not go off my own path unless there's, like, a reason to, because, like, they will know, like... I don't... Like, it's just, like, that kind of knowledge that I don't have, right? Like, it's like the level of experience. So, you know, that's something I just try and think about, but, well, I mean, this should be okay. It should be okay. Well, I mean, yeah, so for some of that, yeah, like, I understand some of this. Like, if we go back to this, I'm just looking at some of the chat messages here, right? So, like, in these instances, I understand why it varies here, because yes, it varies the line thickness. I get that. What I don't get is why this isn't, like, I'd imagine they might have thought about using a similar kind of plugin, right? And yet theirs isn't, like, it's perfectly straight a lot of the time, but it isn't in, like here, for instance, you know, this could be a perfect square, but why isn't it? I don't know. Because there's no lines here. So maybe it could have been the case. My theory is, because they were doing this all by hand, I reckon, they just kind of left that and went, yeah, whatever. They just didn't they didn't think about this. That's the only thing I can come up with. And then they just paid attention to these bits. That's the only thing. But I really don't want to be wrong. Like, because I don't know. I don't know these guys. I don't know how I don't work there. I don't know how they do things. So I don't know, I'm just guessing. Like here, I don't know why does that go this way? I don't know. Why does that go here? I don't know. And the only thing I can think of is that they just didn't think about it. Like they just didn't, like it was just whatever. That's the only thing I can think of. And I really don't want to be wrong. because being wrong is expensive. And here, like, I understand this. I understand why that's, like, in this bit to get, like, the curved lines. Like, that I get. 100% I get it. And here, that makes sense because you got this cool bit of specular on the hair here. And you see how it, like, tapers. Like, that I understand. But in a lot of these other places, there's literally, like, it's just nothing. And it's like, oh, well, there's no tapered line here. So it's like, I don't know. But you gotta be careful. So with texture stretching, I saw someone mention, oh, where does someone make texture stress? So yeah, because it's flat colors, one thing I will say, one reason you might want to keep it in this, following the form, like, let's take this strand. This follows a curvature, right? Because the actual model is curved. And in a normal environment, you'd want to keep that curve so it doesn't stretch. But because we're using flat colors, that is not a problem. Like, that is like, we don't care if it's going to stretch. We're actually using stretching to our advantage here, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, there's going to be stretching, a lot of stretching, but that's the point. Like, it's deliberate stretching. So we're going to have, like, those lines on the, where the red lines are, we're going to be stretching the texture in a way so that we get, like, a black line following it with the texture, right? And it's going to stretch over. That's the whole point. But in this case, because what we would have, we like this edge, we would want to position it so it's like going over a bit of black. Same with the other side. Like, that's what we're going to do. But for the middle bit, doesn't really, like, we can have that straight. We can just use the plugin and straighten it, and it shouldn't have an issue. Like, yes, it'll be stretched, but it will be completely inconsequential. Unless I'm wrong, because the thing I'm looking at these UV maps over here, and it's like, well, I mean, I don't know why I would be wrong, but it's like, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I guess I can't really know that. With the robot character, I didn't have issues, but that's a robot. With hair, I don't know. Like, I just don't know what to expect. It's a bit terrifying, but it's part of it. So if I do this, for instance, can I, like, turn sync back on? Yeah, so this is this strand here, right? And you'll notice that it's like, oh, well, you know, the, let's kind of orient this to kind of face the same way. So you'll see that it's like the model curves, this doesn't, like, we can have this be completely straight, and as long as we have, like, the lines going over here, because that's all we care about, right? So I feel like we should be fine doing it this way. You know, I'm just trying to be vigilant here, because it's like, yeah, I can't afford to get this wrong. I really don't want to get this wrong. But it's the thing is that it's such an obscure method. There's, like, hardly any resources on it. And that's the part where you kind of, I think it might be one of those cases where it's like, oh, I have to figure this out on my, like, for myself or what I want. And I don't like when those happen, but the main thing is knowing when it's one of those times of, like, do I follow the path or do I like cut my own path through it? Because I think knowing when to do that, it's not always a good idea to do that. So it's like, a lot of the thinking I'm doing here is, like, trying to determine if this is one of those times where I can do a bit of what I want rather than the rules. Like, I can, you know, do it how I would rather than how they would, and have it not backfire. Is it one of those times? And it's like, I think it is. I hope it is, but I don't know. And most of the time where I don't know, the answer is usually no. So that's the thing, is like, when I was doing the triangles, I saw someone in, sorry, I've just been, like, thinking, so I haven't really been reading, I'm sorry. But it's like, someone in chat here mentioned tries. I don't know where the message was. I saw the word tries. But someone was saying, like, they didn't get the try thing or whatever. Like, I think, well, I'll relate this story to a previous point in the models thing, because, like, this happened just recently. Before I went live, I showed a screenshot of the model, and I had the face topology. And some of you might know this already, but for those that don't, that weren't here the last few weeks, we have this thing where I have the, you know, the mouth, and it's topologized whack. Like, it's crazy. Some of you that haven't, like, been here for the other streams are probably looking at this and going, Oh, sorry. I'll maximize it. You probably can't see it. But like this kind of topology, right? You're probably looking at it and you're going like, what on earth is like going on? Like, that's so weird. Why not just add more edge loops, bro? Like, just add more edge loops and it'll be, and it's like, no, that's actually on purpose. There's a lot of reasons why it's on purpose. There's shading reasons, there's skinning reasons. And the reason I know this is because I researched the hell out of it. And that's the weird thing with the Arc System Works, the studio, that's the studio I'm like referencing, by the way. They made Guilty Gear, Dragon Ball. They have the best looking anime models in the industry, and I'm following their rules, trying to do it almost exactly because I want my characters to be at that level. So that's why I'm very, like, I kind of get very iffy when I noticed I'm deviating from them, because there's usually not a good reason to. Like, I was gonna do it my way with the face. I was gonna like add all these edge loops and stuff, but that actually would ruin it because there's a deliberate reason it's done that way. You know, so that when you open the mouth, it can deform without the vertices getting all crunched. And then it like messes the normals and the shading and all the stuff. Like, there's a lot of technical reasons why it's done that way. There actually is a video I can show real quick, because I found this morning, because someone was asking me about this. And I'll show you. I found a video that kind of shows it. So yeah, it was this dude. He was saying like, oh, just add, you should add more edge loops. And this guy obviously hasn't researched the technique, so I don't blame him. But you look at this. Here's one of their models. This isn't my model. This is one of Arc System Works models. And you see it's got the whack crazy topology, but then you look at it in context and it makes sense. And it's like, oh, it's done for the shading, and it's also got rigging things too. Now, the battle I fight, the battle I've been fighting while making this model constantly, has been that the way that Arc System Works builds their models goes against everything I know about 3D modeling. So I've had to unlearn everything I thought I knew and just be open to their method, because I want that result. So I'm gonna, if they use tries on the mouth, I use tries on the mouth. If they have this weird thing under the eyes, then I have that. Because I've read all the talks, I've read all the presentations, I've studied the models, and it's all done on purpose. Even though it doesn't really make sense when you look at it, it's all done on purpose, right? So it's like, so it was difficult for me to kind of accept that, because it's like I have to kind of unlearn so much, because I was always taught, the rules I were taught don't apply here. Like, I remember this rule we were talking about last stream, the quad purist rule, which is rubbish. That is complete rubbish. Of like, yeah, because I think someone was getting angry that I was like, oh, why do you have tries on the elbow? No. And it's like, calm down. Like, it's done on purpose. Don't worry. It's like, sure, there are times where you shouldn't do that, and there are times where you should. And I think it's like knowing when you should and when you shouldn't. And I think at 3D art schools, because I used to teach 3D art, and I know like how these people are, right? And it's just like, they get taught these rules, but a lot of the people that teach at these courses and stuff where they teach 3D modeling, most of them haven't really done much. So they just get passed down the rules from someone else, and they don't actually question them. Now, in Guilty Gear's case, it gets even more extreme, because this deliberately breaks rules. So it's like, not only is like, it's not even a question of what the rules are at that point, it's just like, you have to learn new rules for this style. And it's just like, and that comes down to these bits too, like the UV mapping. So I noticed I'm not, like, the reason I'm kind of just critical on myself here is I know I'm not following their rules exactly here for the UVs. But to me, it's superficial. Like, I think this difference is, I think it's superficial, but obviously that's just what I think. And I don't know if that's like, I don't know if there's like, if I was to show this to one of the Guilty Gear artists, they might look at the way of this and be like, oh, no, you don't want to do it like that. But the thing is, because there isn't a lot of resources on it, I don't know. I'm just looking at their thing and I'm looking at how I would do that, trying to kind of come to my own sort of method with it. So but you got to be careful. You can't, like, it's a really tricky balancing act, I guess. So with these, I'm just pressing the button, turn to like straighten. That's kind of what this button does, which is kind of cool. But I know they didn't do it that way. So it's like, I really hope there's not going to be a problem because of that. Anyway. But yeah, that's the thing that's just been tough, right? Is because I can't go on like the reason why this is taking me a bit longer than I thought, I'll be honest. Like, I was expecting this to be done by now, but I've learned a lot. And I'm fine with it taking a bit longer because I learned way more than I was expecting to learn about doing this style. And I'm gonna learn more still because I haven't even gotten up to doing the texture and I haven't even gotten up to doing the animation. And I'm gonna learn a lot, and that's cool. I'm fine with that. And I'm hoping as a result the outcome is gonna be great. And it has to be great. It has to be exceptional. So that's what I'm aiming for. But the problem is you know, a lot of this I kind of like. I have my slideshows that I look at. I look at the company docs, but that's it. I can't go to like a forum or like r/game dev and ask this because this is like not common. Like this isn't like the normal way. Like a lot of people are not going to know like how this goes. Even in chat here, you've probably seen like a dozen or so messages of, oh, do this, and it kind of doesn't really apply. Like it's a normally good suggestion most of the time, but this is like the exception, which puts it in a difficult spot. Like that's the one thing I don't like about this style is that it's like, it's one of those things where it's like the rules don't apply. And I hate saying that because it kind of sounds a little bit arrogant, I think, but it's, when you research it, it's like, oh no, it really is like, the rules really don't apply to this. Like, not out of like, oh, I'm above the rules. Not like that. It's just, it's going for a different look and you need different rules. So it's like, it took me a long time to kind of get that and I had to like let go of what I thought I knew. Because I remember getting really stressed out just about using tries, because I used to get drilled into me all the time. No tries, you can't use tries. And it's like, you can if you know what you're doing. If you're deliberate about it. If you understand like what's going on. But it's exhausting, man. Like it takes a while to get to that point. But yeah, that's been one of like the tricky things with this model is like I'm in the fog. Like I'm literally in the fog. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what's going on, but I know that if I like try and stay on this road and just like put in my best effort, then hopefully it's like gonna work. So that's like all I got. It isn't like the kind of thing where I can just look up on Google how to model hair and then I just follow whatever. Because that's what I did last time and it did not work. It just didn't work. So that's the kind of the tricky thing. But you know. But I'm fine with that. It's cool. Because then I get to make anime models, which is like awesome. But that's the price, right? It's like on the one hand, the model will look anime, but the model looks anime. So it's like that's like a positive and negative. Anyway. But yeah, that's why like I was like almost not going to do these streams. I was almost not going to do them because I kind of knew this going in that like I don't know, like hopefully like look, I don't know how technical everyone is in chat. Like I don't really know how much of my audience are like also devs or just like they you know they're into the game or like I don't really know. But I know that like people are, you know, they want to see what I'm up to. Like they are always telling me like, oh man, I can't wait for the next update. And so I was thinking, all right, well, like I have a few videos going on. Those will take a while. What can I do to like kind of satiate people? And I figured, well, I'm going to be working on this for a while. Let's show people what's going on. And yeah, look, I wasn't expecting to, I don't know how many of these streams like make any sense, to be honest. I just kind of like, I don't know. I'm not really here to teach. It's more to just to entertain, I guess. Because it's kind of, I guess it's kind of funny to watch, I suppose. It's funny to watch me suffering. So I figured, hey, yeah, that'll be fun to watch, I guess. But this is, I guess the main thing I kind of like wanted to show too is like, this is sort of like this is what game development's like. Like this is how it looks. I know I make it look very like quick in the videos, but that's, like, one thing I don't like is how easy devlogs make everything look, and you know, this, you kind of can't help it, because the devlogs, like, I'm not the only person that makes devlogs, obviously. Like, I'll look around, every so often I'll see one of those trending, like, I remade Minecraft in 2 hours or something like that. And it's like, that's not real. Like, that's not actually how it is from day to day. This is how it is day to day. You know, it's me like talking about KFC Zinger box packaging and squares. Like, that's it. That's the, you know, it's not all exciting. Like, I do get kind of upset how I think with just the public view of game dev, everyone seems to think it's like fun. It's not. It's really not. It's just like, it's just work. I like it. Well, not really. I like it sometimes. I can put up with it. I don't really like it, but I can tolerate it. But it isn't like this fun. It's not fun. Like, it's not this. It's not like fun in games. It like it tests you a lot, and it's like I kind of want. Part of the reason I show this is because I don't know. I just want people to kind of see that and go like, oh, this is kind of insane. It's kind of crazy. The guy's talking about KFC and UV maps. Like, yeah, and that's just like that's the reality. Like, I try to do that in the videos, but it's like, you know, the videos, they have to be like short, and they have to be like dense, and they have to be like entertaining, and that's, you know, that's just what it is. Like, if I was to make all of these devlogs, like these live streams, like they'd be too dry. Like, no one would watch them. So it's like you gotta make. I get like the best bits, put them in the devlogs. I show you guys the cool parts there, but this is what it is. This, like, in between that, when I'm not uploading, this is what's going on. Like, it's just this stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna organize these into outside and inside, and get which bits of the hair are going on the outside and which bits aren't. Sync select, there we go. So that's outside. Oh, okay. I can't like, I gotta be careful with what I select, because it selects like these other. All right, well, let's just like at least select them so I know where they are. And I think there's only 2 pieces, maybe 3 pieces. I just gotta find that. I think it's here. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, that's all the outside. Now I'm gonna turn off sync select. Aha. So I'm just gonna organize these to kind of be all sort of together. Sorry, I'm gonna read a bit, chat. I'm gonna read a little bit. I know I just kind of went on a tangent about development, but that's how it is. Oh, thanks, Blighttail. Appreciate it. Whoa, okay, slow down. I'm trying to read chat. You guys are talking too much. Well, hold on. Now, someone mentioned tries. He said if I was working with tries, it'd be worse. Well, not really, because I do have tries already, and it's fine. In fact, I probably... Because here's the thing, right? I can tell this guy hasn't researched it. Because their models are actually all triangulated. I've deviated a little, where I've tried to only use tries in certain places, but in Guilty Gear's models, it's all, except for the cheeks, everywhere else is triangulated. I don't know why, but they do it. Actually, no, I do know why. I don't know why for the cheeks, but for everywhere else, they do it for shading. So what my plan was, I'm probably going to triangulate this later, because the idea is, and this is like, I don't know if I should get into it. It's a lot. Like, it's to do with normals and shading, because if you put in tries, you can control the normals more. And there's a whole presentation on it. We're not gonna, it's complicated. I can tell this guy here, he's like thinking he's genius because he's quads, but no, it's like, even here I've deviated a bit. I've gone and quadded it. This would all be tries for the Guilty Gear. Like, let's have a look at how that would look actually. Like, if I go here and go triangulate, that's how theirs look. And you won't see a difference on mine yet, but if we were to have the shading, like, let's turn on the shading, you can see that the shadows change when I put tries in. And when I go in and edit the normals, I'll get more control. So that's the plan. But a part of me was thinking to just do the quads, because you can always go in and make the tries afterwards. I was going to do that like when I got to the shading, right? But it's hard to take tries out. So I kind of just did all quads, and then I was going to do them with tries anyway. But would it be hard to do this with... Oh, okay, I think I see what he means. Yeah, maybe. But it's like... Tries are still part of it. It doesn't mean that tries are bad. It just means... You just gotta get it. And, you know, it's... And again, this literally would not apply anywhere else. If you were doing Overwatch characters, if you were doing... I don't know, Last of Us, like anything, this wouldn't be a thing. Like, this is not something you think about. But if you're doing cell shading, which has different rules, then you think about it. So, yeah, that's kind of where it gets complicated, because it's like, you know, usually no tries is like kind of reasonable, but then like when you're doing cell shaded, it's like, oh yeah, you gotta different rules. It's all different. Anyway, let me just go back. I gotta get the right faces selected. I'm just gonna move all of this out of the way because I've got a few overlapping bits. All right. Well, I mean, there's edge flow stuff, but it's like, I don't know. My edge flow isn't perfect. Neither is Guilty Gear's ones, because I've studied their models very closely. Their edge flow makes like no... Well, it does make sense, but not in the way you think. Because most people, when they say edge flow, it's like, oh, the edge goes around the whole arm or something. But that's... Their idea of edge flow is completely different from ours. Like, they do it different. So they, on their arms or something, I remember looking at like one of the characters' knees, and they had like edges coming out and converging everywhere. And the edge flow to our normal sensibilities would look silly. But because of the texturing workflow, because of the shading workflow, because of the rigging workflow, it worked. But only because it was that style. And like, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, that's just tricky, is that it only works in like specific, like you gotta, I don't know, it's, yeah. It kind of, yeah, like when you go and research it, it'll make sense. It's hard to explain. It's really hard to explain. I don't even know how to explain it, but I kind of get the spirit of it and like some of it, but I don't know. I don't understand. I mean, I'm not an Arc System Works employee. I don't have 15 years of experience in the animation industry, so it's like I'm just a guy in my room. So I don't expect to get it all, but it's like I can get kind of close, hopefully. Oh, thanks so much, Star King, for becoming a supporter. You are very nice. Thanks so much. Very cool. You should, well, yeah, because for my supporters, by the way, from patrons and supporters, they'll get, I have a Discord server where I've got them in, and I just, like, for the last, like, few weeks, I've just been, like, every day posting screenshots of this model. So you'll get to see that. That's pretty cool. If you want to see more of what I do day to day, become a member or supporter. Random question. After I finish the donut tutorial, what guides can I look? I don't know, it depends on what you want to do. Figure out what you want to do. Just like, I don't know. I think it helps to know what you actually want to model, and then like just do just do it. Like just literally do anything to make what you want. Like if you're really into cars, like let's say, for example, you're really into cars. Don't do a humanoid tutorial. Just don't bother. Just go look at a car tutorial. Even if it's not like the best one, just get something, make it, figure out what you did wrong, make another one, figure out what you did wrong, make another one. And just, it's easy to do that when you know what you're obsessed with. If you like have something you really like for me, it's characters. For other people, it might be robots. Some people, it might be trees. Figure out what you like. Just do that obsessively all the time, and you'll be good. And if you like donuts, just do the donut tutorial again and make an immaculate donut. You'll probably do a better job. Okay. So, sorry, I've just been kind of. I can tell I'm getting hungry because my hands are shaking. But I really want to just like get these islands sorted. I'm trying to like get these so that they're all the same height for some reason, because I'm looking at sort of the UV maps on Guilty Gear and they kind of keep them the same height. So I'm trying to kind of do that here, but oh, it's snapping. That's why. I was like, why is it? Because I'm trying to just scale it on one axis, but it isn't like doing it. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I've just been brain on autopilot. Okay, that's should be okay. Because then what I can do later is we add the lines in these gaps here. That's the idea. Let's do the inside, because it's probably going to be a bit trickier here. So I think I want this. This is the one I wanted to be there, I think. Yeah, I know. I just want to get this done. Like, I have this thing where I can't get up until I finished, like, what I wanted to finish. So I do starve myself a little bit, but it's like, I don't know. I have a tough time leaving the chair. As you probably, if you've been on enough of these live streams, you could probably guess that. Because I don't know. It's like, I just do feel like, I don't know if anyone else gets this, but I feel like I can't stop until I've like deserved it. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not gonna get up until this is like, I've sorted this next little micro task of just positioning those inside of the hair UVs to look like in alignment. That's like, I don't deserve to do anything until I can get that. And then by that point, I've probably exhausted my energy and I'll probably need to stop. But if I just leave this here, it's gonna bother, like I can't not think about it. I'll just be like bothered the whole day if I just leave this. If I like get up right now and it's like this, like break time will not help, because I'm just gonna be like, I gotta finish the hair, and it's just like, it's gonna bother me. So I won't be able to eat. I just gotta like, I gotta finish it. Gotta get this out of the way. So what's, let me do sync select. I gotta remember what this is. Because I want to try and arrange it so that it's like in order from back to front. So that the UV, yeah. So what I'm trying to do is like, just to make it easier to texture, I'm trying to think like ordering them so that, so this is the back. Putting them in order of like from left to right in the aisle. Excuse me, in the islands. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, let's see. Okay, so that comes a bit later. What's the next one? So I got that one. Okay, that one's next. Oh, it's all gone. Wow, sorry, chat's moving very fast. Do I know any programming? Technically. I wouldn't say I'm all like everything. I'm all self-taught, so I know things. There are gaps in my knowledge, but I know enough. I'm all blueprints. I know some C#, but I feel like that's not going to be a very relevant skill after what Unity did. So I'm kind of laughing to the bank with that one. I think someone asked me like last stream. I think I just didn't get time to answer it of like what I thought about Unity, and I don't care. Like I stopped caring about Unity 5 years ago. Like it just doesn't. I just don't care about it. Like I got my game to do, and I've got an engine that has a reliable pricing model, and I just don't think about it. So yeah, so I do blueprints mainly, and I know that because I think a lot of people are now in my position. Because I was looking at the Unreal subreddit like last week, because now there's a whole voyage of like Unity people coming, and they're all gonna have the same thing I had, where I was like constantly crapped on all the time for using blueprints. But people are going to realize that you're actually like they're not to be avoided. Like they're actually a great tool. A lot of people used to be very skeptical of blueprints because it's like, oh, that's not real coding. But it's like, shut up. Like I made a game with it. You just gotta like not be stupid. Like you can do it. Even though like I know that there's like a workflow the way I know, the way you're meant to do it is you're meant to use blueprints and C++ in tandem. The thing is, I have 50 other jobs, so I compromise deliberately and do it all in blueprints, and I know that it's technically inferior, it's not like as performant. I haven't actually had that many performance issues. It's been really good actually, like the game runs fine. But in like the reason why a lot of people I think mess it up is because by default blueprints have tick enabled, and if they put too many of those in the scene, then it causes problems. But that's not anything to do with blueprints, that's actually just turning off tick. And I think it's just the only thing is like by default with UE with C++, I think that's just not a thing that's enabled by default. There's also other things too, because of the compiling and whatever, that kind of increases computation time. And I've heard rumors that it's like if you have too many expression nodes running constant, there's just like, there's little bits where blueprints can be a bottleneck in certain cases. But if you're thoughtful about it, I think it's fine. I've been thoughtful about it, it's worked. But I do think a lot of people get a little too zealous about, oh, it has to be all this, it has to be this way. And it's like, yes, it should be, but if you can get someone else to do that all for you, then sure, you can afford to do that. But if you have to do everything, you might have to change your priorities, and you might have to be okay with not doing it perfectly, just getting it out, you know? So yeah, I'm not perfect. I don't have like the perfect kind of workflow with it all, but it works, like for me, and that's kind of it, really. Like that's why I kind of don't tell people to like follow what I like follow my example, because I know it's like what I do kind of only works for me, and I'm not really thinking about how it'll work for everyone else. But I don't know, I have to think if it works for me, it'll work for some other people. But that's why you don't see me making tutorials for that reason, because like, I don't know, like there's probably people that know better. But it's like, I just do because I have to balance my priorities, my goals, which are going to be unique to me. So I'm not saying that you should follow exactly what I do or that you shouldn't, but it's just like, yeah, because that's just something I've noticed where it's like, it's all the debates of like blueprints versus whatever are all coming back because of the Unity people all trying to jump onto Unreal. And it's interesting because I've been there. But yeah, blueprints, that's what I use. With like full knowledge that it's like not what you should always use, but I mitigate that risk. I take that and go, yep, I know that'll be an issue. I can handle it. Rashad says there are projects named with blueprints only. Yes, like mine. There are, yes, there's probably heaps more, but mine's one of them. It's fine. There's also some, you know, that aren't so good that are made with them. Like I've seen some projects that run terribly, but it doesn't have anything to do with like the format. It's just because whoever made it is like, doesn't know programming that well and doesn't understand like, it's not even really, it isn't just performance. Like that's not all there is. There's my big like the battles I've been trying to figure out is not performance, because that hasn't been an issue. It's more like workflow and like tech debt, because I think people tend to get a bit iffy about blueprints because when I was, maybe it's different now, but back when I was starting in like 2018, there wasn't like that many resources on blueprints. So and I was coming from Unity, so I didn't really get how blueprints wanted to be used, and that's really what it comes down to. It's like knowing how it wants to be used. And look, I don't use it entirely the way it wants to be used, but there's like certain guides and rules. And one of the things that like I had to kind of put up with a lot was, I had to learn that it didn't work like Unity, and I had to stop thinking like Unity. So at the beginning, it really did challenge like how I thought of designing classes, using scripts, making like compositional behavior, like all of that stuff. I had to like completely change how I did stuff. So I had to rewrite things a few times, and you know, that's just part of the course. Like that'll happen, I guess. You learn things. And like with some of the better programmers I've seen, it usually isn't that it's blueprints, it's just that they don't think about the long-term ramifications of their code. not in terms of performance, but in terms of how much of a pain is it to iterate later. Like in 6 months, if you want to systemize this thing, or if you want to expand on this, or if you have dialogue, but you now want to have sound effects with the dialogue. Like, did you write a good enough system so that you could do that? And most of the time it's like, no. And they have to like redo it, or, you know, something like that. Like that's usually the kind of problems I've seen. And that's something you'll get with C++ too. It's not really a specific to the medium. It's just like a abstract design thing that kind of applies everywhere. Okay, so I'm just looking at I don't know what this is from. There's a few stray islands that I'm not sure where they are meant to go. So I'm just trying to get them all not overlapping with each other, which I have done now. Now I just got to order them. So I think, let's go back to like order. I'll quickly just think about my UVs for a second, and then I'll get back to chat. So that's back. Okay, this one's in the wrong place. That's in the wrong place. That's okay. So that needs to come before. All right, let's rearrange. Oh. I just want to like order these so that they make sense. So we got back to front. It looks like there's meant to be something that goes in the middle of these two. I don't know what. Maybe it's one of these. It looks like you should have this and then like this on either side. That's what it looks like should be happening. And I don't know what's all. Okay, I'm getting a bit lost. I'm in a little bit lost. Some of these are okay. I gotta separate some of these out because this is gonna get confusing. Some of these should not be grouped together. What's this? Okay, that's on the. That's like on the side. That's okay. This one's on the front. I just gotta think about where I'm putting stuff because it's like I'm gonna lose all these if I'm not careful. So this is, I'll put everything on the front to the right and everything on the back to the left, just because I'm gonna get lost in these. How would the variable alignment work? You just stretch? Yep, exactly. You stretch it. It's exactly how it'll go. I doubt we'll get up to that today. Because I underestimated the amount of decisions I would need to make about how I wanted to UV map the hair. But this is also the first time I've UV mapped hair this way. So I guess it's like, you know, you learn. Now I know what to expect. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Because I am getting hungry, but I also want to finish this. But yeah, that's the thing. Joe Rosenke here has got it. It's just like that lack of foresight. Because yeah, like one of the reasons I don't let any programmers touch, because I had one touch the project a few months ago. Complete mistake. Never doing that again. It was positively counterproductive because the guy had no concept of like class design. I mean, he does. That's the thing. You know, he does have it, but he just was lazy about it and didn't write good systems. So I had to rewrite them all, and I'm like, oh well, I'm not making that mistake again. And that's not a blueprints problem. That's just a class design. That's just thinking like, oh well, is this gonna work in 2 months? Is this gonna work in 3 months? Is this gonna work when I add this? It's just, you gotta think about it. And it's like, I don't know how you'd solve all that stuff, but I think if you're not thinking about it, you know, it's tough. Like you're gonna have trouble. Unless it's a game jam, that's fine. But that's like, that only really works in game jams. That's why I don't do game jams anymore. It just, I learnt nothing. I learnt the wrong things. I learnt bad practice, so I don't do them. I used to do heaps. I had done like over like 2 dozen before I did Feline, which is maybe a bit helpful in some times, but it's definitely like, I don't think enough people talk about how like risk, like how, because I see game jams recommended to beginners a lot. I think it's fine if you're like doing a bigger project and you just want to like relax and like try something fun on the side, whatever. That's like, if you do a good enough job on the other project, I think that's not a problem. It's just, I get very cautious when I see beginners recommended it, and then they make like 2 Game Jam games and think that's what game development is. And it's like, oh, that's just the tip of the iceberg, buddy. Like, that's kind of true, but you'll start to notice when you start working on this for a few more months, you'll notice that a lot of that stuff you learned is not going to apply anymore. And that's what happened to me, and it was terrifying. So it makes me kind of happy that I've tried to stay on this project, because I've learnt so much that I never would have learned from doing it, because I was going to go the thing of just making perpetual 2-month games forever. And I wouldn't have learnt anything from that, I don't think. I'm glad I did this, because the stuff I've learned is stuff I would have never come into contact with doing the game jams. Like those little sort of ideas. I had another prototype before Feline, actually, that I was working on. I worked on Feline, and then I went and worked on this prototype, and then I came back to Feline. I don't think I've ever talked about this. It was like this sort of Crisis type demo with the Predator bow, but the arrow would like teleport you, and I had this little, it was just like to practice blueprints, and I was just like messing around. It's not well made at all. It's terrible, and I'm glad I dropped it, because it was not going anywhere. But but yeah, oh man, I don't want to think about what would have happened if I stick with that idea. Anyway, I'm just trying to work out what this face, I can't seem to select. I think that's part of the same face, hopefully. Let me turn on wireframe and... Okay, so that's there. All right. What's this? I think... Oh, I just want to move that. I'm just trying to, like, keep these kind of close together. The bits that go together, close together. It's just a bit tricky, because when you do the sync select, it selects, like, vertices from all over the place and does this, which is a bit tricky. What's this? Oh. Okay, that shouldn't be there. So that's an inside face. So let's move it over here. Let's... I keep getting... Every time I look back at this, I keep getting lost. Okay, let's... Just let me think. Oh, let me just take all this and move it. Oh, sorry, I had chat paused. But they're so much fun, says Pradeep about jams. I mean, they are, depending on your goals. I don't find them fun anymore. I used to. I don't anymore. I think they're fun if you like game development. But I don't think I actually like game development. Like, this is gonna sound crazy. I don't like this. Like, this is so hard. Like, I don't like this. I just hate everything else more. Like, that's literally it. I don't wake up thinking, man, I love programming, I love UV maps. No, I don't like any of this. But I really want to make this game. Like this, I want to make Feline. I love Feline. I love Gabi's world. I love the movement mechanic. That's what I love. And I want to like make that real. Which is why I don't think any other project would have worked for me. Because I love that. And I know that, and I love it so much that I'm willing to put up with this to get there. Because I can't think of anything better I'd rather do. Like, that's literally it. Anything else, it's just no. I'm just not down. That's why I'm really, because I made this devlog yesterday. I don't know how many of you have seen it. But I felt like I needed to make that because it's like... A lot of what I'm doing, like you guys, like I'm doing this here on stream, but a lot of this, there's like a lot more of this that you don't see through the rest of the week. And it's like, so many times I've just wanted to just stop because it's just hard, man. Like, it's just like, it's difficult. I could literally, like, there's so many easier things to do, right? And it's just, sometimes I think, man, I just wish I wrote a book. Like, it would have been done by now, right? But I don't know, I feel like I have to do this. And also, one thing that helps, as I mentioned in my video, is that, like, you guys want this too, right? And you want... A lot of you are really into this, and that kind of drives me a lot because, man, if I didn't have that, if I didn't have you guys kind of like egging me on and trying to like push me and not just like encouragement, but also just like, you know, there's like I've gotten like bits of criticism as well. Some of it's been, you know, just not very helpful, but a lot of it has, and even that stuff too. It kind of like pushes me to want to like be better. Like this model entirely came from like, you know, criticism from the old model of like how jank it looked, which admittedly it does. Like the old one looks totally jank. And that pushed me to like, well, could I do better? And I hope so. Like, I really hope so. I'm trying, but having that kind of like that, I guess that is kind of encouragement in a way too. It's just of like a more harsher variety, but it's helpful because it's like, man, I don't know if I'd still be doing this if like no one was like that, if I didn't have that to kind of help me. Because solo dev is like, if some of you in here in chat might be solo devs too, and you'll know what I'm talking about. Like, it's isolating, and I'm not complaining. I want to make that clear. I love solo dev. I would rather be solo dev than team dev. I'd rather do this than AAA, because I know I don't belong there. So it's not that I'm saying that I hate this. Like, I don't hate it. It's just, you make a sacrifice, and it can be tough. It like weighs on you because it's like the opportunity cost. Like the time you spend on one thing is time you're sacrificing from other things. And, you know, that's time you could be spending like being social or whatever, like living. So, you know, that's something I'm willing to do because I want to really make this thing, because I just think it's cool. But yeah, the solo devs in chat, you'll know what I mean. It's like, it's hard to like fight your inner, because you have to fight your nature essentially. I think some more than others. I'm kind of fine just sitting alone for like long periods. Some people not so much, right? And those guys will have to fight themselves a lot, because some people, you know, they'll try doing solo dev, but they're actually very collaborative, and they're kind of like going against what nature is favoring them for, to be solo. And, you know, maybe some people, it's not always the case, you know, like I'm certainly not very collaborative, but for some people, you know, that might be the case, and they have to really fight themselves to make progress. And you know, I think there's a bit of that you have to do all the time. Like, it's really good when you can kind of get a mix where you're not fighting yourself that much, and you can kind of like do what comes to you automatically. Like, that's great, but humans, you know, there'll be things that humans are kind of suited to do that aren't in game development. Like, game development's very solitary, at least for me. And that kind of comes at the expense of your human nature to like be a social creature and, you know, be all that. And to get sunlight and that sort of stuff, right? And it's like, you can't, like, I think if I didn't have like sort of people that believed that I could do it, I probably wouldn't believe it either, and I probably would have stopped. So yeah, so I don't know how many of you watched that video, because it's pretty new, but that's kind of what I made it for, to just sort of thank you, because yeah, because it's hard. Yeah, man, like, look at this UV mapping. This isn't fun, but it's like, I gotta do it, and you guys want to see me do it, so it's like, hell yeah, let's go. And I like, I don't know, I think I can kind of make myself like things, because, you know, as much as I keep saying that it's like not fun, I mean, it's not so bad. Like, it's more fun with you guys here, so it isn't all bad. It's just hard work, but it's like, it's not, it could be a lot worse, you know? Flaming Fox finds UV mapping fun? Okay, I envy you, man. That's crazy. Bro is capping right now. So I think my stomach is really, like, I'm fighting my stomach right now, because my stomach wants to eat, but my brain wants to finish this UV map. And I'm I'm having a tough time focusing on, but I'm gonna do it. I said I would finish it. I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna give up. But I'm thinking about KFC a lot, and I'm trying not to. I'm looking at this UV map, and I just can't stop thinking of like the KFC Zinger, like the cardboard boxes that they package it in. I'm trying hard to fight that. See, that's what I mean. You have to fight your human sensibilities to make UV maps. And then you do that over and over for 50 other tasks, and then you make a game. And that's it. Sorry, I missed a bunch of messages. Sorry, I've just been looking at my UVs. Yeah, I'm playing yeah, someone asked if I'm playing Tetris. Yes, it is Tetris. Okay, for a moment, give me a second. I'm gonna look back at you guys in just a moment. I just really need to like, I need to figure out like where I'm putting stuff, because I've just been on autopilot trying to move these. I know what this is now. I just gotta order this. I gotta get then I'll get a flow going. Then we'll finish it, and yeah. I've lost my flow. I've lost my rhythm. I gotta get back in the groove. I've lost my rhythm. The Emperor has lost his groove. I repeat. Okay, so this, because I just gotta look at 1, 2. Okay, where's this? Where's this? This has to. I'm trying to find this strand because it has to go in a certain order. Oh, it's like all spread out. Okay, that's funny. All right, so this. Okay, I'm back in. I'm getting back in the groove. So this goes here, and then that goes here. I'm trying to make it follow like a logical order, where this is like the back of the hair. That's the front of the hair. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. And then I don't know. I got to figure out what these are. Because I think, okay, I'm starting to get back in the groove. Groove's coming back. Got 1, 2. What's that? What is that? Wait, what is this? Is that the back? Okay, I think that's the back. 3, 4. Okay, what's this? Where's it? Okay, that's here. That's tiny. I gotta adjust the sizes of these. So I think that's all. Is that all one? Yes, that is. Fantastic. Oh, there's more. There's a there's missing vertices. What are these? Oh wait, no, because that goes. Okay, that's got to be separate. Understandable. Understandable. So that has to be. Oh, come back. There we go. So we'll move that there. So I'm just trying to make it like a coherent A to B, front to back. But it gets tricky here. All right, I think I'm back in the groove now. No, I'm looking at chat now. Stop teasing me. Someone said I wouldn't look at it for the next half hour. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. Why are the UVs being arranged in a row? Because. Do one of you guys want to tell them, or should I? All right. Well, you mean in squares or in a row? Because those are two different questions. They're being arranged in squares because of this method, which we are going to follow exactly because this is the look, this is the style, this is the style guide. We don't deviate from this, because if we do, there's trouble. So this is going to allow us to get perfectly sharp line work on the model. But to do that, we got to unwrap it in a specific way. And the reason so that's why it's in cubes. The reason I'm aligning it in like a row is because, I don't know, it's just like what I would think to do. Because the idea is that we're going to have, because there's going to be a lot that has to go on this texture besides just the hair. So I'm just focusing on the hair for the moment. And it just seems sensible to kind of have it going. I'm just picturing, like if I'm looking at this in the texture editor, and if I wanted to add line work, I would just have a big block on this texture of just the hair, and I'm going to have like some lines. And like this is the Guilty Gear example of how they do it. They have it in a row sort of similar, and they just sort of, they put these little alpha bits over certain parts to create line work. That's what we're going to do. I don't know what order this is in though, but I'm thinking of like, I want one of these to be the front and one of them to be the back, and sort of have it to just flow in this sort of carousel type thing. And then we're going to have like the same thing below it for the inside, which is going to be a different color. That's what I'm thinking. And then we're just going to like, once we do everything else and unwrap it, we're just going to like find a place to squish it on the texture, I guess. And then, yeah. So I'm just doing it in a row because I can like, it's helpful because when I'm texturing this, okay, I think I've got a better answer. There's a better answer. So if I have it out in a row like this and I know what goes where, and if it follows some kind of logic, because if I just put these in random corners, texturing, that's going to be a nightmare because I don't know what goes where. But if I arrange it where I know that that's the back and that that's here and that that's the side, then when I'm in Photoshop doing this, I can I could like know where I am on the texture and add like the lines, and I don't have to go back and forth between Blender every few minutes. So that'll just be easier for me later, because then it's like I know the map, and it's like, okay, I know where that is. I'm gonna add a line there, and I know exactly how that'll look because I've arranged it this way. I know how that'll look on this when it's projected out. So that's kind of why I'm paying attention to this, like just having it all in a line and knowing that that's the back, because then it just saves me having to like flip back and forth between it later on. I think that's a better answer, hopefully. But yeah, it's organizing, pretty much. You could do this, but that's cringe. We're not doing that. Like, it's like, what's the front? What's on the back? What's anywhere? So we're gonna like, I'm gonna be very deliberate. And again, this will only kind of make sense to me because you guys aren't gonna be texturing this. I'm gonna be texturing this. So this is the kind of thing that is just like a preference for me, where I like knowing where things are. So this won't matter to the player or anything. That's whatever. Like, most of the stuff won't matter to the player, but it's like, if I know where it is and I could like do it, it just makes it easier. Like, I just know what, like, it makes you know what you're doing, because then you know where everything's meant to be. And it's you know, it's pleasant. It's more fun. It's like this fun little game of how can I make this UV map make sense so that I look at it in a week and I still know where everything is. That's the game. So the thing I don't get though is what on earth this is. Oh no, oh no, it was this. I remember now. But this should not be near it. Where's this? Okay, no, okay. See, I kind of get this. I know that this... I know it's not... why? I don't know why it's snapping it. Well, I might go and grid snap some of these later. Just to, like, I don't know, be neat. But, actually, yeah, we'll have to grid snap it because it has to be pixel perfect. So we'll get to that in a bit. But you see, when I look at this, I know exactly where this is. Because if you look at it on this side, I know that this was the part where I had to kind of cut this bit off and make it separate. I really, really, really wanted to not have a seam there, as you saw like an hour ago. I was trying to make it so that I wouldn't need a seam here, and I would just connect it all. But then that had issues, and it would like overlap the rest of the model. So what I've done is I've made a seam, but I'm going to move it back over it anyway, manually like this, so it's all kind of connected. And why the only thing I don't know is why there's a triangle. Oh, okay, that is not the part of the model I thought it was. Never mind, I got it wrong. It does go somewhere though. See, I got a bit lost. See, this is actually a different point. So, but there is a place it does fit. I just gotta, I know. Oh, it was next to it. Sorry, it was literally the one next to it. I just got one. Yeah, so it's meant to go. It's meant to go here. That's where that's meant to go. And that is one big strand. This, and I'll show you. You don't believe me? Watch this. So see how it selects that whole bit? So I can look at it and go, I can remember that and go, oh, okay, yeah, I know this bit with the bit sticking out. I know where that is. This part, some of these I don't remember too well, apparently. Like, as it would seem, evidently. I don't seem to know where all of this is, right? So there's this bit, it's just these smaller bits that are a little tricky. Okay. I don't know what this is, like, what's, okay, that's the big on the inside, on this big part here, okay. I just gotta find where the other half of that is, and put them together, because they should be together. Okay, that's here, okay. See now it's like, it's coming together. And this actually kind of works pretty, kind of complements each other. Because the shape is kind of similar. I mean, that's how it would look like with the auto unwrap, but with the squares, it's like a bit more pleasant. The only thing I just gotta be kind of careful of is that they're not up, like one of them isn't upside down. Because I would like for these to kind of be, well, actually, they won't touch. But what we can do is we can put one bit of line here, and that'll create a line inside this crease. That's what that'll do, right? So that's pretty cool. What's the, I just don't know what's this bit? I don't know what this is. What is that? Oh, what? Huh? What is this guy doing? Look at this dude. What is this guy doing? Why is this on its own? Oh no, this doesn't make sense. Can I retry that guy? Yeah, that's meant to be connected. Why is it, what is going on? What's going on? Okay, I'm gonna reselect. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm gonna reselect this and just re-unwrap it because it seems to have like split something off for no reason. Okay, now it's big. Don't worry, we'll sort it. But it looks like, wait, are these like actually welded? Okay, now they're connected. Okay, that's fine. And then I can just do the boop. All right, that's better. And I think that went here, if I recall. Let's check. Okay, I'll look at chat just a minute. Just a minute. I just gotta count these. I see the thing moving. I'll be there in just a minute. Just wait. I promise. I just gotta like look at 1, 2. Oh wait, is that? Yeah, 2, 3. So that's all one bit. That's all one bit. And then that should be the big bit here. And then that should be a little bit. And then we're gonna have the big strand, which I think is here. Yes. Okay, I know where that is. I can read the map. Yes. It makes sense. Oh my god. Okay, cool. So then there's just this. I just gotta make sure where this is, and then I'll look at chat. What's this? Okay, that's is that an inside or outside? I don't know. I guess that's inside because it's gonna be the inside color. Because I'm trying to like keep it grouped. The inside vertices all go together, and then the outside vertices all go together. That's what I'm thinking. So I understand. I know it's not all like perfectly sized, but I get this. I don't get this. I don't know what this guy's doing. And I get that most of this is on the outside. Enigma's taken the laptop to the kitchen to watch me UV map. That's poggers. That's epic. How do you get details? We don't. And that's the point. We don't want details. What do I mean by that? Well, let's look at Arc System Works' textures. Here's an example. How do you get details? Well, the only details is just lines. And you have them going on... We're going to have them so that they're going on the x-axis only, or the y-axis only, so that they're perfectly straight, so that you can make the texture small and it won't pixelate. And then we're going to stretch those lines over the model. And then everything else is going to be colors. And that's it. I think I mentioned this at the start of the stream, because I know there's like a lot of different anime styles, and a lot of anime games will have like the V-roid look, which is not what I'm doing. So this technique is not gonna, like, let's look at what I mean when I say V-roid look. Some of you might not know what V-roid is. It's like the kind of like, I don't know what it is. You know the one I'm like this look. So with my method, this is not gonna, like, you won't be able to do this, and that's not what we're doing. So it's fine. But if you want stuff like this, where it's like, you know, you got the soft shading and the little buttons and the badge and whatever this is, like, that will not be possible on this model, and that's fine. I don't want it. And, you know, having blush on the cheeks, that's fine. Don't want it. This sort of hair texture, don't want it. I want flat colors. So yeah, that's the thing. Like, the reason I'm doing this, by the way, like, I was gonna use V-roid. I was actually considering using V-roid. I downloaded it. I made a model of Gabi in V-roid, and I hated it. It just looked so bad. Like, it didn't look, I don't know, I just didn't like it. It didn't look how I wanted. So that's why I started just doing it myself. It looked too like VR chat, which is not the aesthetic I'm aiming for. This is the look I'm going for. Like, exactly like the drawing. The drawing doesn't have any of that stuff. It doesn't have the, like, paint texture. It doesn't have any of that. So that's what I'm doing. It's all flat shading, flat lines. Because I don't know, I just like, that's the style I like. So that's what I'm doing. So I don't do any of this sort of soft shadow stuff. I don't do any of that. And what I was gonna say something about V-Ride. I can't remember what it was now. Well, yes, because the thing is, to me, is that the reason I'm not going for this look is because to me this doesn't look anime to me. This looks like a 3D model imitating anime. I want it to look anime. Like, you look at a frame of it on Twitter and you think it's an anime, but it's a video game. That's what I want. And this doesn't... I look at this and it's like, it's a 3D model. I can tell, like, instantly. Because that's not how anime looks. You go and watch an anime, like, you go watch Death Note, characters don't look like this. You look at, Dragon Ball, you don't see this kind of shading because it's expensive to do this in cell animation. So they do this kind of thing for, like, box art, which is fine. Like, that's the kind of polished box art type vibe. But I want the in-game footage of my game to look like it's cell animated, and you wouldn't do this in cell animation. I think maybe nowadays it might be more common because maybe it's cheaper now to do it like this. I don't know, but like I don't really. The only anime I've watched is like Death Note and Bakugan, so it's like I don't know what modern anime if it's changing, but I'm thinking of like 2000s kind of anime style, and I don't see any, like, none of them really have this sort of. None of them look like this, so I'm sticking strictly to colors, which means I gotta do the weird UV method, but that's what I want. The only thing I'm just confused by is what this face is. Oh, what on? Why is that separate? That's not meant to be separated. What's going on? What's this guy doing? What's going on? Let's, okay, yeah, I don't know why that's happened, but it looks like just for some edges, it's like separated them for no reason. Maybe I forgot to do a re-auto unwrap once I finalize this. I don't know why. But, okay, I'll select edges only, because I don't want to select this front bit. I just want to select here. And I'm going to try and auto do it again. Okay, now it's all connected. And then... Oh, okay, it's actually a little... Okay, now that's fine. So I'm also trying to rotate them so that they're, like, facing the same orientation. And, oh, okay, no, we got a few more issues, because these... I didn't select these two faces, and these should not be separate. Let's try that again. I missed a few faces. I missed this and this. Because that should, yeah. Now it's done this thing where it's done that to the edges. I think I can fix that. I just gotta figure out where this is meant to go. I think it goes in between here. Now, let me just refresh where this is all. Okay, I'm not sure if that should be touching or not. What's this? Okay, that's, okay. See, that should be touching. I don't know why it is. We might... Okay. Instead of doing the UV, I might be able to just weld those manually and connect them, because that should be touching. Like that... like, these should be touching, because I don't want to have any... Oh! Yeah, they should be. I think there is a way to do that in the vertex editor, like in the UV editor, sorry. I'm pretty sure there's a way you can, like, weld these. Yeah. So I'm gonna do at last. Oh no. Oh, I can only do at center. All right. I guess we'll do that. I want those to touch. There we go. Now, it looks a bit wonky. Don't worry, we'll straighten it. There we go. Okay. Oh, looks like some of these don't touch that I thought would. Okay, well that's all right. Okay, this is, I can read this. I can read this map, it makes sense. So this is like the bottom, that's the top. And then I'm trying to think if I could demonstrate the lines. Is there a way I can make like just a temporary texture in Blender? I'm sure there is. I don't know what it is, but I know I have to think there is some kind of way to do that. Because I just want to demonstrate what like the rest of the workflow will look like just quickly. Because I'm not going to have time today to do it, but I just want to show what this, like the outcome is going to be. Like just a preview. Now that I've got the UVs in place. Can I like create an image? Like let me try. I'd like to be able to just sort of paint it just roughly, just to show you what this is meant to go like. If I go to like image editor, can I make like a new image? Create new image. We will do, I pick a color. Okay, we'll pick like gray. We'll call this bruh. Because I'm not gonna keep this. I'm just gonna use this as an example. And then I'm gonna go to the materials and we're gonna assign wherever it is. Bruh. That's the texture. So, oh, I can't change the background, can I? Oh well. Oh well. That's fine. Or, because I don't, it's fine, yeah. Because what I'm thinking is UV editor. I should be able to like see the UVs and paint the texture at the same time, right? Pretty sure. Because I want the UVs back. UV image editor. I can't. Why the UV's gone? Everything's gone. Oh no! Come back! I can't see anything. Where are my UVs? Come back. Why are the UVs are all gone? It's Jova. Where is it? I can't find them. I just made an image. Oh, here we go. Okay, we got it. We got it. Although for whatever reason, why is there a big sheet over what is this? Oh, that's the tail. Okay, no, we'll ignore that. All right, okay. So I should be able to like draw, right? Hopefully. Is there tools I can use to draw stuff? Oh, that's annotating. Okay, I really hope I can use the image. Oh no, because the UVs go away. I need to see the UVs. Oh, I just want to draw. Let me draw. I know there's a way to do it. I've done it like once, like years ago. What's the UV square tool? It's called UV squares. I don't think it's paid. I would not have paid for a plugin. How are you relaxed while he's starving and struggling? I don't know. I guess it's because you guys aren't relaxing and struggling, so it's fine for you. No, it's not a UV grid image. No, it's not what I'm after. It's like, I've done this like once, but there's a thing you can do where you can make like a texture and you can draw on it in Blender, in the image editor, and it shows up on the model. I just can't remember. I think my stomach's like, it's blocking my brain neurons. I did it for Gabi's first model to do the line work, like a rough line work, and then I went and redid it in Photoshop so that I could like see where the lines were meant to go. I just don't remember how to do it because this was like back in Blender 2.7 or 2. Whatever, like before the big update when they changed the interface. So I don't remember where it would be. Oh, I know it exists though. I know it's the thing. I'm not crazy. Upper left corner? Upper left corner, he says. I am not crazy. Upper left. Okay, maybe it's the image editor. There's like the annotate tool, but it's not it. There's supposed to be like a brush. There's like meant to be brush tools. Or maybe I dreamt that, I don't know. I will, like, for real though, sometimes I'll actually dream stuff. Like, I'll be asleep and I'll have this dream that Blender can do stuff. And then I can't remember if that was, like, real. Like, I'll wake up the morning and then I'll get open Blender and then it's like, the hair wasn't still done or something. And I'm like, oh, I had a dream that I finished it. Oh well. And that sucks. Image edit, yeah, I'm in the image editor. Texture paint. Yeah, that's what I'm, yeah, I know, I think it is called texture paint, I just can't remember where it is. They keep saying it's an image editor. Ah, thanks, there we go. Okay, cool, we can see the UVs. All right, thank you. Oh, okay, then that's not what I want. Draw, yes. But except it's not letting me, I just want to draw. Why is it all white? Is there brush settings? Is there something I have to do? Oh, here we go. Yep, found it. All right. So I don't want a white brush. Oh, wait, the brush is massive. Okay. Whoa. Let's turn that down a bit, shall we? Even 1. Oh my god, 1 is huge. Okay, we'll have to set the brush size to like 0.00 something tiny. Can I like swap? Can I swap these? Yes. All right. Whoa. Okay. No, that's why it's a low res. Can I make this higher res? I know I said that we could do this with low res, but this is like a bit too low. Like this is not. It's not quite what I meant. Let's try again. No, that's huge. 1024. That's 1024. Oh no, I had the wrong one selected. No, here we go. Okay. I got it. Except I lost the tools. Oh, here we go. Paint. Okay, there we go. All right, I got it. Okay, I got it. So, now to demonstrate. Oh, now the UVs are all gone again. Okay, no, okay, I got them. Now to demonstrate my magic trick. Let's up the brush size. Is this, oh, I have to have this, can this show, will this actually show? I don't know if it will. Oh no. Okay, it's like very faint. Very faint. Maybe it's the color. If I change the color. It's very faint. Just bear with me, okay? Just, you can see that there's a line, so that's good enough, all right? Because I'm gonna, oh, I can't undo. The undo is now not working. Oh, what? Okay, I don't know what's going on there. Can I, oh, whatever, we'll just leave it. Let's show you what the lines are what's meant to happen. So, the idea is, and this is rough, okay, this is not final. This is just to show you the idea of how we're gonna do texturing. Oh, what? Why did that line vanish? What's going on? Computer running out of memory, bruh. Okay. Blender crashed! We got our first crash! Yeah! Alright. Let's see how much of that was saved. Oh no. If that last hour of work is gone, I'm just gonna... It's over. File, restore previous. There should be a thing, restore previous. Restore please. Last session, please. No, that's the old one. Oh no, is it over? Is it over? Oh, okay, we didn't lose too much. Okay. Oh, it's not over. It's not over, guys, don't worry. I've just lost my texture file, which is okay, we can make more. New image. Rub. Oh. Oh? Oh, okay. I didn't want to, no. I didn't want to make it black, I wanted to make it like white so it was easier to see. White, there we go. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't crash this time. I have not had Blender crash on me in like 6 months though, so that's not so bad. Blender's pretty strong. It hasn't crashed in 6 months. That's pretty good. Oh. image editor, paint. Okay, we're in the groove. Except I can't find my brush settings. Oh, there we go. Why? Where's the size? Where's the size? I want to. Okay, now the size is there. All right, let's do 10 pixels. Can I make the? Because it's very soft. I want to make it harder. Where is it? Is there any like settings for the like strength? It's at full strength. Okay, well I guess we'll just put up with soft brush for the moment. Okay. Is it gonna show the no, it's not gonna show the texture on the model yet. Alright, let me just reapply the thing. Alright, so the hair looks like the color looks proper now. Okay, that's funny. Okay, so I have to use a white texture for the colors to come in correctly. Okay, that's funny. Actually, yeah, that's perfect. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, check this out. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. So this is very rough, but I'm just demonstrating how the texture workflow is gonna go. I'm telling you what's gonna happen. Here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna paint your lines on the texture. So I'm just eyeballing. I don't know, like, I'm just putting them in like places and seeing. We can always like rub them out, and this isn't final anyway, but this is just to get the idea. So it's a little hard to see with, you see this? We got some lines going now. That's what I'm talking about. It just works. So I don't know where I think these are on the front. I don't know where these are. I think this is on the back. So this is the back of the hair. Watch what happens when I do this. Oh, it's not doing it. Yeah, you see? Bam. So I think when I paint on that line, oh, it's painting there. Yeah. So it's painting on this line. Look at that. I know it's in shadow, but that's pretty poggers. Pretty cool. So I don't know if I want to leave those gaps or not, because that'll create like lines there, and then we could make lines there. So that's pretty cool, because like the only thing is I just gotta be careful about the bottom triangle bits, because we gotta make all the lines straight. So I'll have to do a bit of witchcraft there to like sort that. But we'll get to that when we get to that. But you see what I'm like trying to do though, right? Like you see where this is going. You see where it's going, right? So yeah, we still have some flaws obviously, because it's not gonna all be we gotta get it UV aligned, but I think I'll have to eat before I tackle the rest of that. But we've got like the other, like all the top bits, it's just the ends, but everything else is like, we got it going. So I'm gonna have to study the UVs on the Arc System Works model a bit to understand how they do the tips of hair, because they're angular, but they have to be UV aligned, like straight, which is gonna be tough. So I know the lines are very coarse and thick right now, but it's just to demonstrate like what it'll kind of, like sort of roughly what the idea is. So let's see how that looks. Okay, yeah, check this out. So what I can do too, that I'm probably gonna, now that I've got some of this going on, what I can probably do is also like make seams further up this model and create lines. And I've got this big one going down the middle, which isn't a good idea. I don't know if I can rub that out. Like that big, that shouldn't go down the middle. That was a mistake. I think that's, where is that? Is that here? Yeah, so that one we shouldn't have, because it's gonna line up with the rest of the head. So I might have to flip some of these around so that they face the right way. But let's move the light so you guys can see. Yeah, look at that. I know it fades the line work out a lot. Don't worry about it. That's just a shading glitch. But like, check that out. So we got these cool little bits here where the lines, they kind of shoot up. So imagine, I know it looks a little fuzzy because I'm using a soft brush, but imagine if it's like a solid, hard, pixel perfect brush. It's gonna look perfectly sharp, like actually perfect. Like especially here, like that came out really nice here. How it's got this nice kind of like sort of let me turn on mirror. Oh yeah, I turned the outer line work too, so you guys, yeah, check that out. That's pretty cool, because I've got some outer line work too that kind of helps it. And I'll turn on the the body. And I know she's just got a bit of a bald patch at the moment, don't worry about it. But yeah, so what I'm gonna do here, for instance, like, actually, yeah, we can do this right now. Because I've got a seam here, right? Because what if, like, I want it so that it's like, you know, there's like a bit of a, maybe not that far down, but maybe like here, like we move some of the verts back. Like, let's say we've got that going, right? And it's like, all right, let's adjust the UVs a bit. Like, check this out. UV editor. Is this gonna please work? I can't select it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, there. Oh. Is it? It's okay. It's not. Oh, there we go. Okay, I've got it selected now. Where's the UVs? The UVs keep vanishing. I'm in the UV editor. Oh, there, yeah, there we go. So if I bring that image back, yeah. So watch this, because this is where I'm gonna have to do a bit of texturing and UVing at the same time when it comes to it. But the idea is, if something like, if you want to get like a tapered line, you do this. I know it's like, it's rough. Like this is definitely not like sharp. Just imagine it's like a sharp line. I don't know how to change the brush settings in Blender, but imagine like this tapered line. That's what you can do. So I know this took a lot of build up to get to that, but that's the outcome. That's the goal. It's actually not bad. Like, that's not terrible. I know it's like the line's kind of like not great, but if I thin that, it's like not terrible. And that's the plan. That's the master plan, guys. But it's like, imagine doing that, but everywhere. So that's gonna be, it's gonna be a bit of a pain, but that's the look. That's the way they do it. That's the way we're gonna do it. And that's it. So if I wanted to like make this tapered, for instance, I can like adjust the line width. So that's really cool, because what I'm probably gonna have to do is like do a bit of back and forth and like adjust line widthness and adjust the texture and all that. Because I did that with the robot model. It was kind of the back and forth between Photoshop and Blender. But it's cool, because it's like you get these nice sharp lines. And I know I've taken up the whole texture with this, but I could literally take this, and if I had like pixel perfect sort of lines, I could just take this and squash it to the corner of the texture and it wouldn't look any worse. Like if this was lower res, if I like quartered the texture size, it would not look any different. It would look the same. So then I can use the rest of the texture to do the rest of the body. So that's why I'm not really thinking about texel density right now, because it's like not really that important yet. Just as long as we get the islands. So I'm probably going to stop it there, but the challenge I'm going to have to put up with now is these bits where the because we gotta make, I think actually I might, let's see if I can quickly solve it for this strand just as an example, because what I'm gonna have to do, I think, okay, you know how I said that I don't get all of Arc System Works' methodology and that some of it doesn't make sense? I think this is one of those moments where I'm starting to get it, because watch this. I've just shifted those up. And if we go into the image editor now and paint that, because remember, it has to be XY aligned or else it doesn't work. And I know that this is very rough, but just imagine it's pixel perfect. So let's look at where that, where this strand, what strand is that? I can find it. I gotta figure out what strand that is. Oh, I think it's the front one. It should be the front one, I'm pretty sure. UV editor. Oh, okay, the UVs are just not, I don't know why it does this. I don't know how to get the UVs back. They just don't show up. I don't know how to do it. UV editor. Yeah, I don't know what. I know that you can get them back. I just don't know where they've gone and how to get them. But I'm pretty sure, I'm really sure that that was that front strand. I'm pretty sure it was here. I'd like to be able to verify it though, but I just can't for whatever reason. What if you export the UV layout guide and do pixel perfect outline? Well, yeah, that's the plan. That's what I'm gonna do. I don't have I don't know what Inkscape is. I've just got Photoshop, and that I'll just do it in Photoshop. I'm just trying to, I just want to make sure that I was doing that to the right strand, because the UVs are just not showing up now for some reason. Like I select, it should show up in the UV editor, but it isn't. I don't know what's going on. I don't want paint. Okay, what if let me just reopen the UV editor. Okay, now they're back. Okay, I don't know what was the deal there. I'm pretty sure it was, okay, no, what's this? It's this strand. What's this strand? Oh, it was the front. Oh, it was this one. Okay, yeah. So now I know what to show you. So if you look at that, it's a bit hard to tell because of like but you can see, if I open that up again, like if I adjust this a bit, like if we can thicken this by doing this. You see it? See on the corner? It has like this nice sharp line now. That's what I'm talking about. Like that, right there. That's what I mean. So I just gotta make sure that these like, that the line is straight. Like the actual, I think I get it. These vertices don't have to be straight, but the texture has to be straight. Like the line has to be straight. These actually don't have to be. Because, yeah, I think I'm starting to get it. So yeah, that's why UV squares and just chucking it and like just UV square it perfect. Like that's why that wouldn't work. I think I get it now. Because this is one of their UV maps. Again, I'm not so sure about these others, but at least like look at the bottoms. I wasn't paying attention to the bottoms, but man, like that's a bit wacky, but I think I get it. Oh, actually, no, they still have, oh, interesting. Okay, because they don't have lines going there. So that's why they like make those tries. But everywhere there is a line, okay, I didn't notice that earlier. Interesting. All right, well, I learned something. Pretty cool. All right, that is gonna, oh, I'm hungry. That's gonna do it for me. How do you add smaller details onto the textures though? You don't. I'm not going to. We're not going to do that. That's not the look. Because I'm not going for this look. This will be impossible. And that's fine, because I'm not going for this look. If you wanted to do this stuff, you don't do it this way. Do not do it this way if you're going for the Vroid look. I'm going for this look. And you'll notice with this model, if there is any detail, like the belt or whatever, it's modeled in. And that's what I'm going to do. And that's, you know, there's advantages, there's disadvantages, but that's the way I want it. So I'm going to do it that way. So yeah, things like paint, texture, whatever, can't do it, don't want to do it. Won't be an issue because it's not the idea. But yeah, but this is kind of how I wanted the hair to look. And the rest of the shading is going to not come from the material. It's going to come from the custom shader. Because the idea with this is, this is only to control the lines and the color. And if there's going to be like shadows, that's all done with the shader. Like there we go. We got the two-tone shadows, and then there's going to be highlights too, which I have a thing for that. But that's kind of complicated, but I don't need to have those textured in basically. So that's going to be it. I'll show you how that looks with the line, and we'll look at it from far away to see how that'll look in game. So I'll turn on the skybox, make it look all pretty. So this is like how you can, I know that she's like missing some hair, don't worry. Her haircut's not done yet. But in terms of what we've textured, like this is how it'll look in game. From like the camera perspective. You see how sharp I know that the texture's not, like it's not the final texture, but you can see it's like very clear to read from the back. You can see those little spikes and stuff, right? And then from the side, it'd be really cool to see this in engine once it's ready. Because I think it's gonna be great. But that's how it's gonna look. But, you know, with the rest of her hair, obviously. That's the idea. And to end things off, let's compare that with what the model looked like in 2019 or whatever. Let's look at what the hair used to look like to compare it. And then I'll eat something. If you would like to contribute to the KFC fund, because I've been thinking about KFC, but I don't want to... It's cheaper to not do it. But if you would like to contribute to the KFC fund, buy the stickers, link down below. So if I go down here to the Gabi, her old model. Let's look at the old hair. Okay, let me turn off my... I'll do them side by side. Okay. Old versus new. Oh, no. I don't want to close it. Okay, let's save it. All right. So if we look at it from the same angle, let's get the same skybox too. We'll make it as close as a comparison as possible, right? So that's like us, yeah. So that's similar, right? So that's old versus new. And you'll be surprised that I know this was a bit of a nightmare doing the UV islands for the hair, but this actually took less time than the old one. Would you believe? So it's a lot neater. It's sensible. It's going to be easier to rig. Imagine rigging this on the old one. Imagine that. I did it. I don't want to imagine it anymore, and I'm not going to. But it's that was a pain. So bad. That's how it looks now from the side. So you can, yeah, one thing I didn't like about the old one was just how messy it was. It just like you look at it, because this is how it looks in game, right? I'm very sure I look at it and I can tell it's a 3D model like straight away. From the hair, it gives it away because it's too jank. It's too low poly. You can see it everywhere, right? Like it looks too polygonal. Compare it to now. I'm just gonna rotate the light. The normals are still glitchy. That's something we'll work on. But compare it to now, and it's like one of these looks a lot more like an illustration. The shading gives it away though, is because of the normals. But if we turn off shadows completely, one of them looks drawn, one of them doesn't. That's what it's all about. It has to not look 3D. If it looks 3D, then it's game over. We failed. It has to look 2D. So, yeah. Now I know that the texture is still like kind of, you know, kind of scuffed. But imagine it with the proper texture. When it's done, it'll be great. But with the, hold on, someone's asking me something. Yeah, rigging's gonna be much easier. Leo says they like the old hair. Well, I mean, cool, but I didn't. And I had to make it, and I had to rig it, and I have to, like, I didn't like it. So, yeah. Maybe, like, I'm curious, if I gave this, like, for people to rig and animate, would they still think that they like it? I don't know, man. But, yeah. Hopefully it will read, it probably looks off because she doesn't have, like, her ear. So let me, like, turn that on. Because she's got a bunch of her hair missing still. Because I've removed the whole top half. I'll see if I can turn that back on so it doesn't look as weird. Because this is a bit of an unfair comparison. Except the rest of this is not textured. And I really have to go through and sort these names out eventually. Whoa, look at the UV map. Whoa. Okay, just ignore that. Just ignore it. So that's it with like some of her other features. Because the idea is, from this distance, it has to look like readable from this distance. That's the idea. So that's kind of the goal. Can't wait to give her the costume. It's gonna be great. Oh, the new one looks a bit too neat. I mean, maybe. I do kind of like that it's neater because that's less work. It's easier when it's neater. But, you know, maybe like... I'll see if I can do about like adding maybe a extra strand coming out of like this side. Maybe. Because you just gotta be careful. Like maybe an extra strand coming out. But I mean, like... This is the draw... Like, this is the... What I'm aiming for. So I've modified, this is how the hairstyle looks on the drawing. So I think it does look a little bit neater than this. So I might add a bit of like, I think it's just like one, like this strand and like an extra strand. That's like the only difference. So I might add like an extra, like maybe an extra bit coming out on this like this corner is a little bare. Maybe we have a bit sticking out, but I don't want to like go further than that. I don't think. Because what I don't want is this. Like, oh my goodness. We're not doing that. I think the old one was too messy. This one, yeah. I think if we can like just add maybe 1 or 2 more strands, maybe that'll look a bit nicer. Yeah. Well, yeah, as the player, yeah, you do see the back of the hair a lot too. But I don't know. I think the neatness. I don't know. It's really it's an aesthetic thing, right? But I'm the main thing is like getting it to look like this. I think the old one does not look remotely like this at all. Like let's look at that, and let's look at this. Like this. Like her. Oh wait! Come back! Oh no! Come back! Where did it go? Okay. Like, that's sort of the aim versus the old model versus the goal. So, yeah, it's like, I reckon the new model's like close. It's a lot closer. Yeah, maybe a bit of tweaking. It could get like perfect. But yeah, that's, I can't look at her old model, man. I can't do it. It's just, her eyes are so tiny. Her hair bits are like too big, her ear is too small, her jaw is like not the right shape. I do have to modify the jaw, like I will say the jaw shape is still not quite there with new Gabi. I need to chub it up a little. She looks a little too like, I gotta like chub it up a little. Cause the drawing, it's a little, the whatever, you guys can't see my face cam. Whatever, like this bit, it's got to come down a bit lower, I think. The old one was like, had no definition. Also, because there's another thing to consider. You can actually see her eyes kind of now from the side where you couldn't with the old one. And this was like a bit of a pain because like think about doing parkour and you've got this big, like you can't see. So that was a bit, that always bothered me a bit. So now Gabi should be able to see a bit better as well. Because her eyes are not like covered with that. But anyway, I need to eat. But yeah, that's oh my god, a lot of UVs. But hey, we made it. We got some UVs going, and we can now kind of see it in action, which is nice. So that's cool. And I'm gonna save that before it crashes. Make sure it's all saved. But yeah, guys, thanks so much for coming and hanging out and watching me play Tetris with Blender, and talk about KFC. It was cool. It was fun. I'm gonna be back next week, same time. I'm not sure how difficult, because there's gonna be a lot of issues I still have to work out, a lot of problems I have to solve. I'm not sure how far we'll get, but I'm hoping the hair will be done by then, and I can like start working on the body's textures. I'll have to look at, I really gotta like start looking at the costume too, because the costume's gonna be a bit complicated with this sort of texturing technique. So we'll see where we do. But if you want to see how progress goes, tune in next week, same time, 12 a.m. UTC. Or join the become a member, Patreon, join the Discord where I'm like posting like every other day on what's going on. I'm also working on like a few videos. So if progress on the model seems slow, that isn't the only thing I'm working on. So that's probably why. I'm working on like devlog 38, which has been I started working on that a while ago, and it's talking about combat. If you want to like see some of my editing tricks, I've got those in the Discord for the members, and I have to start working on another episode in the next week on other stuff, because there's a whole list of stuff, like 12 or 13 things that I have like not talked about. So I've got that list on the server if you want to see all the backlog of stuff that's been happening. And yeah, and also check out the stickers link down below. I'd appreciate that so much. But yeah, guys, thanks for being here. I'm gonna eat. Thanks so much. I'll see you next week.